and good evening. Yeah, it's already almost 10. I had to do some work. It's all good. Work is first. Play comes second. It's, oh my gosh. But yeah, I had to get some stuff done. Ready for the upcoming week for the station, which is kgradb.com. For those who aren't aware of that, especially the TikTokers. What is going on? I'm getting pummeled. He's in red. I don't know. I'm not seeing. What is that? Oh, that's his show information for Wednesday. I'll worry about that tomorrow. I'm still working on stuff tonight for tomorrow. That's Wednesday. Chris, if you're watching, don't worry. I'll get to it. His eye detective show. Oh my gosh. Right now I'm working on Toby and myself, our show. Ooh, Rumble, that's weird. So again, hello to the TikTokers. And again, thanks for tuning in. And like I was saying last night, I hope that by doing the weather coverage, it helped some of you out there. This is Greenland. What's up, Bob? And I was actually shocked on how many people were tuning in on TikTok. In the tens of thousands. I was like, what? I didn't realize that because I was looking after the stream was over. The one that I did 9 hours covering the weather, which was a rough day because that was so much was going on. It added up to like 55,000 people. I was like, whoa. But like I said, that's not what's important. What's important is that if any of the information helped you out there, that's what's important. And to me, if that many people were there, and I remember everyone asking me, can you tell me about this location, that? And I was trying, but it was just so overwhelming. But I tried my best. I really did. And I've been seeing, not here, but I was looking on the weather. Oh my gosh, the flooding. It's just, it's really difficult to watch it. Because I don't think people understand seeing all that weather that we were going over on the map, and I was saying about the flooding, and then to actually see it, but not see it on my stream, but see it in the Weather Channel clips, and I'm like, oh my God. It's really bad. So I pray for these people. And Mom and I lit the candle. People don't realize it. Like I said the other night, people looking from the outside in don't really know what's going on. Only those people that are there know exactly what's going on. I always say it's so easy to talk from the outside about the suffering or whatever people are going on the location or at site. You can't imagine. You can't relate because only those people know what it's like. We can discuss it, we can talk about it, the seriousness, but I'm telling you, it was hard to watch some of this stuff. And I won't put it on. I won't do that. Because to me, it's almost like exploiting people's suffering just to show it. No, I don't think so. I'm sure there's plenty of people that would do that and are doing that. I'm not one of them. I did make a clip with the lightning on TikTok. Because the lightning was vivid in a storm. That one particular storm. It was, wow. So like in that instance, I would do it. But otherwise, I refrain from doing stuff like that. But there's some beautiful Aurora activity going on. And I'm doing some work in the background. So you'll have to excuse me while I'm jumping all over the place. It's a show that Toby and I did for tomorrow's episode of Marked by the Sky. It's UAP related. And I kind of went off on a rant on the show. I did one of my rants, but it was all UAP related. But it was a definite rant, and Toby goes, "Billy, you were quite passionate today." I said, "Yes, I was," but it's good because it's true and it adds energy to Skywalker. Stop doing that. I appreciate it, but I don't want you to do that. Everybody needs their cash. I appreciate that, but you don't have to. You could just say, "Bill, thanks for what you do." That's all. You don't have to do that. And that might sit there. Well, I won't say that. I don't want to offend you by saying something like that. Like I'm not going to cash it in because you'll say something else. So I won't even go there. But the weather was still active today. Now I may have to. I must do some work in the background right now because I have to. I have to set up a show stream for tomorrow on multiple places, but I'll start for the actual broadcast for 6 p.m. tomorrow. And I'll show you a little clip of it in a minute. But first things first, let me set. Oh my God, I got to do that too. I have to do that too. I could do that in the morning. I'm already thinking about. I know, I hear you. I hear you, Skywalker. I understand nobody's forcing anyone to do anything, but my point is you don't have to do that. I appreciate it, but you don't have to do that. It's a nice gesture on your part and thought. And to be honest, it's nice to be appreciated. So I'm not going to lie. That's the one thing. All right, hold on. Scheduled start time is tomorrow at 6 p.m. Let's upload the file. I'm going to show the file that I'm doing right now, but I got to get it started. So I just finished editing it. And it's called, the episode is called, because I wrote it up. Will future UAP hearings provide declassified information? It just ended up being that way because, like I said, I went off and Toby and I really got into it. And you'd have to see the show because I'm not going to give it away. But boy, it's got me to the point. And I spoke about it for our show. I'm just finishing. That's not. I could do it. I'm talking to myself now. That's not a good thing. All right, this is the wrong time. For some reason, this does that. Tomorrow's the 7th. We can make the announcement now. for 10 o'clock. All right. The show is 53 minutes and 41 seconds. Okay, that's uploading. And I'm going to share it. Oh, I'm not sharing it right now. That Aurora looks beautiful. I got to do... This is going to pop up. Oh, thank God it popped up on this screen. I got to do Spreaker. Let me see what I look like on the screen, because there's some things I... Oh my God, I hit the station. Okay, I'm on the screen, but it's okay. Not like you could see me typing. This is like confidential credentials. I was watching a movie today. I had to shut it down. It was making me physically ill. Oh my God. I don't know how they... I mean, wow. It's one of the Terrifier movies. That enough said. But actually, the last one, I was like, oh, I can't watch this. It's making me ill. Now, I can't see chats at the moment because I'm logging into Spreaker. And I'm going to upload this episode and schedule it for tomorrow. And then I'll play a little bit. But the beginning is talking about an article that came out a few days ago. And I could skip to the juicy part, but that wouldn't make it fun. What? What? Am I freaking out right now? Oh, what am I doing? I'm in the wrong place. I'm doing video instead of audio. Wait a second now. I didn't even make the file yet, and I'm trying to upload it. That's crazy. I'm like, hold on a second. I did the video. Duh. You didn't make the audio file yet. Fail. If I'm always here, I'd see it in caps. Fail. I'm sure he's lurking. He's just lurking. And again, hello to those on TikTok. Let me just finish this work because it's one less thing for tomorrow. And I still have to set it up somewhere else, but I'll worry about that in the morning. This is the main thing, that I get it scheduled for the air. So right now, I have special settings for audio compression. It took me hours one day to get it perfect. So I can take, I'm not going to show you, but I can take a file that looks like this and make it look like that. And then make it where it's hitting. All right, so it's Audacity. I'll just give you a quick look. See, that's the beginning of it. It ain't done. But it flattens everything out, makes everything even, and then I amplify it to a perfect setting that only I know because I'm the one who created it. Customized. And it saves my settings permanently. And then the file looks a lot better like that. Much more balanced. And now it's time to save the video. I mean, audio clip. All right, let's do that. I wouldn't even tell anybody my my specific save settings for that. Tomorrow's the 7th. Okay. I think if there's anybody on TikTok, I can't see anything right now because I've got my phone monitors are occupied. But maybe I'll introduce you to some of my songs on TikTok that I wrote the lyrics and Suno wrote the music. Some of you probably never even heard that yet. They've heard it 1,000 times. And I definitely need coffee. I fell asleep while I was watching a movie. I'm glad I fell asleep because that was just, it was rough. I mean, it was, like I said, it was disturbing. I couldn't watch it anymore. I didn't want to watch it anymore. It was like, how far can they go? My gosh. I mean, they pushed the limits on that. I'm surprised. Where are you? Skywalker, have you ever seen those? Because I know you're into movies and stuff. Have you ever seen those Terrifier films? Oh my gosh. They're off the scale. Like, I was actually getting physically ill while I was watching it. I was like, I have to turn this off. It was too much. It was too much. Oh, I was eating when I was watching it, which made it worse. All right, this file is saved. Now we go to Spreaker, and it's ready. I'm gonna have to refresh it. Where did it go? What the? I just saved it. Where did it go? Did I put it in the wrong place? Where did it go? Don't tell me I have to do it over. It's here. It's in there. So how come it's not showing up here? Oh, there it is. That other one, that metadata is wrong. It confused me. Okay, let me get the description. So the title again is, will future UAP hearings provide declassified information? And the description of the show and the episode, which I'm pasting in here now. Toby and Bill debate the importance of declassified information in any future UAP hearings, which would coincide with witness testimony statements. Why is that period there? I didn't do that. Actually, I'm going to take that. That's too much. I'm just going to put witness testimony. Good, because I did it on the other one. All right, now we have to publish for later. There it goes. That's done. The video's done. I got to do another video tomorrow. I'm not going to wear that now. I did the main thing. Now I got to go to the station and add that. I can't believe it's 10 o'clock already. Mark's new ad just ran. Okay, marked by this guy. Perfect. All good. All right. Anyway, here's I'm just saying, TikTokers, and hello, Erin. This is the show that I do with another gentleman. He used to write for the Roswell Daily Record, the UAP reporter, and he's still an independent reporter on the topic. And we do a show together, and it airs Mondays on the network, which is that one back there, kgradb.com. So davidbicycle.com. And it's free to listen to on any podcasting platform. You can see it on YouTube, Rumble, Facebook, X, the video portion of it. On X, it's at Global Radio Live. On Facebook, it's KGRA Digital Broadcasting. On Rumble, you could simply look up KGRA DB. And on YouTube, it's KGRA Digital Broadcasting. I think KGRA, if you search KGRA DB, it'll come up too. The logo is like like a planet looking thing. I don't think it's on that poster. It's on this shirt. Kind of. It's on my... Oh, that's too funny. But here's a little preview of tomorrow. And I don't watch this. I just edit and post it. Let's see how it came out. So again, this is UAP, UFO related.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Another happy Monday, Bill.
I was hoping you weren't going to say, because I was going to. So, what's new in New Mexico? Anything going on new over there in Roswell?
We had snow on Saturday, which is very, very strange. I don't think I have to tell you that. Excuse me. Yeah. Thanks. So thanks for sending your weather this way.
I will say this: I've been covering the horrific weather in the South and Central states. I personally, on behalf of the station and us here, send our thoughts and prayers to those people affected by those tornadoes and the floods. And I mean, it's really, I was looking at some of the footage, and I was doing live coverage of the weather when it was going on. I've been doing this a long time with the weather stuff. I've never seen the outbreak that I was witnessing in real time. All these tornado warnings and flood warnings. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is unbelievable. And it wasn't far from you. Texas, eastern Texas, going into Missouri, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Mississippi, Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana, Illinois. It was such a big area, and they just kept getting pounded, Toby, over and over with this weather. So again, I just want to wish my thoughts and prayers out to those folks over there.
Yeah, I had friends texting me pictures of funnel clouds forming and tornadoes touching down like near their houses. So that was very scary weather. Caused a lot of devastation. So yeah, that's...
You went through something similar, and we'll get into the UAP shortly, but you went something through similar when you were in Roswell, when you had that incredible flooding going on, and you were taking pictures. As a matter of fact, is there any, now that we're talking about this, any latest update about what's going on with the convention center in Roswell? That is not that old at all. It's a beautiful structure and building and facility.
They are currently conducting repairs on it.
They
I
are.
think last I heard, it'll reopen in possibly 2026, 2027.
Oh wow! So they were able to salvage the convention center.
Yeah, but it's going to need a quite a bit of work.
Right.
Like I said, the water inside the building got up to 5 feet within the structure, and there were people in there that had to be evacuated to the roof and then rescued from there by the fire department.
I wouldn't be surprised if some of the stuff that we know.
Yeah.
So again, it just happens freaking nature. But what's going on in the UAP field? I know that there was an article. I'm gonna skip over this and get into my little ranting. The outbreak.
I kind of have to agree with you. If they just bring people in to testify, that give their testimony, that's great. But again, it's just testimony at the end of the day.
Exactly.
We need documents, we need scientific evidence, we need, and I'll say it again, the thing that drives me crazy is most of the people in this field don't trust our government, yet they think the government's going to give them disclosure. I don't understand that.
That's how twist of irony that is.
Yeah, because if they're always lying to you, then you think they're going to give you the truth this one time.
How do you know they're not giving you misinformation to run with?
Right. So,
and that's what the public's going to think too.
Yeah, and speaking of evidence, I was just browsing for a post here. Ryan Graves recently gave a talk to the Yale UFO Society, I believe it was. And in it, he says that he has obtained high resolution images of the dumbbell or barbell shaped UFO that's been spotted all over the world. So if you've got them, let's see them. That's the kind of stuff I think people want now.
But even if we hit that stage, a lot of people are going to say that's AI generated, that's been altered. Is that real? You know that's coming. Mm-hmm. Because it's like the public is so frustrated with the lack of information across the board on anything. This topic makes no difference than any other thing that's out there as far as the mistrust. Absolutely no difference. You better come to the table. If you're going to bring people and their reputations and their testimony, you better have something to back up what they're saying. Because people are now going to doubt, even though they can be the most credible people. People are going to doubt them because there's nothing to back up what they're saying. I mean, does that make any logical sense for people to put their own personal issues on the line as far as what is this going to do to me, my credibility, my family, the attacks, all the people, coming after me? I mean, for what? To have nothing to back up what I'm saying? I would never do something like that. I better have some evidence to collaborate my story, because it is just a story until you see evidence associated to it with it. It's like I'm not putting myself out there unless something is released, like Robert Salas. He knows, and we've spoken to him. He knows that there's information that they're holding back, classified, regarding what happened at Maelstrom. And he's willing to testify. But what good does it do if they don't release and declassify? This is something that happened 50 years ago on a base. What's the issue? What is the issue? Can't they release, Toby, at least the radar that was at the time that Minutemen were having issues, and they were having, let's just say they were pretty much shut down. They malfunctioned, 10 of them. And it happened a week before, approximately, at another location nearby. You're telling me that they have to have the time in the books when this happened, report. Where's the data that shows what the soldiers allegedly seen above ground hovering over the base? You tell me that there's no radar data associated to it? That they can't come up with some more information to release to the public? They don't have to. They can give out simple, and even Lou has mentioned this. There's way to mask and cover the important areas of anything that they were to release. If they had video or data to show, they can like redact it on a video as well. There's no reason why that they can't release that. Why they it just Toby, it gets me crazy.
Well, I mean, I agree with you. And this whole committee is the committee on what is it, truth and declassification.
Hmm.
They have.
So that's a little sneak peek of tomorrow. Tomorrow's show. I tell you, it does get me riled up. It does get me riled up. Really? Dude, don't watch the terrifying movies then. Don't. I'm telling you, don't. Don't do it. Don't do it. I had to turn it off. I got like ill. I'm the last one. I fell asleep. Thank gosh I fell asleep. But this is the frustration. You could see the passion that I have. And there's no script. This is coming from inside of me. This is what I feel and think about the whole thing when it comes to the UAP thing. To me, I don't want to hear nobody's testimony anymore. I don't want to hear a general or a flight commander, or I don't care who they are unless there's evidence to back up what they're saying. Because without that, people will say, well, where's the evidence? Where's the evidence? Where's the evidence? And they're just going to change channel. This is the same old shit. And they're going to say, oh, I can't discuss that. That's classified. We can arrange to do it behind closed doors. I don't want to hear that. So what the hell's the sense of having a hearing if you can't say anything? And definitely not provide the evidence that you say you have or seen or there is, and not provide not a thing. It's just you talking. Oh, we're supposed to be impressed by that. Now that I will be interested to see, whoa, I never heard that one before. That's pretty interesting. So that people could analyze and talk about this for months to come. But the bottom line is you could talk about it, but did they provide any evidence? And it's like, stop. Stop. What the heck is the sense if you're not going to provide anything to back up anything anybody's saying? What's the sense? It's like, even in the show, yeah, Mike, even in the show, I was saying, let's use this as an example. And this is the craziest thing, but when I brought it up, it kind of made sense at the time. Steven Spielberg is making a movie in this area called Disclosure. At least that's the last title to it. And I don't know if it has anything to do, it is a UFO film. So it is definitely to do with disclosure, but I don't know what that title stays or changes, whatever. But a movie like that can get the public's attention involved. And because at the end of the movie, I would put, and like since 2017, blah, 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 disclosure, hearings, blah, 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 I would put that at the end of the movie show. And people might say after the movie, wow, I got to look into this more. A movie can bring more awareness to this than what the heck they're doing in DC. Is that not ironically weird? That people might become more interested in the topic after walking out of a movie theater than seeing the BS at these hearings. You're not getting nothing out of these hearings. And, the public might have, the general public that's not interested in this topic might say, wow, alien bodies and craft, but the people that are familiar with this topic have heard this forever. It's nothing new. But without showing any evidence to back it up, people are like, oh, this is BS. What are they trying to pull over on us now? You know what I mean? There's so many documentaries out there with CGI, illustrations, all that, but it's not real. It's based on what the person's saying. I think it's time to either put up or shut up. Really. Don't waste our time in the public anymore with hearings that you're going to talk and we're supposed to be impressed by the position that they had or their credibility as this or that or this without an inch, an iota, nothing of evidence to back up what the heck they're saying. Because people ain't going to buy it. Where's the evidence? So it's to the point where, and then they say, well, this should be a very important step toward disclosure. No, it's not. No, the next important step to disclosure is providing some evidence that is leaning to this all coming out. No more talk. The talk is done. I don't care if you put 400 people in there as whistleblowers coming forward. Unless they provide something to back up anything they're saying, it's a waste of time now. It's seriously a waste of time. And like I said, the public has distrust across the board on so many things. You think they're going to believe these stories that these people are saying in a hearing that's it's not even a classified setting. It's like a public forum. And then they'll sit there and say, well, I can't discuss that. That's classified. We can discuss that behind closed doors. That's what we want to hear. We want to hear what the real truth is. But you can't say because it's national security. You can't even show us anything. What are we supposed to do with that? It's nothing. It's not even like a single document. It's nothing. And how do we know that these videos that are put out are videos that they say 3 months from now, oh, we did more research on this, and that happened to be an aircraft of ours doing maneuvers. So you put that out there saying you have no idea what this phenomenon is, and all of a sudden you explain it away a few months later, and it's like, what a waste of time. It's got to be definitive, and there has to be some science involved here. And what I mean by science, propulsion, is that a drone? Is that a human-made craft? Is that something else? What are the properties, the scientific properties that say this is not what that is? Or any science applied to anything. But, I mean, maybe I'm just being overreactive. But it's to the point where I don't want to hear it no more. Show us. Show us. It's getting to the point where I can't even handle it anymore. It's like following a script. And again, a lot of this is rooted in money. Funding. Believe that. It's all about funding. Whether it's for funding a private enterprise that has their own personal interests as a group to get funding for R&D, research and development. Is there a personal interest here at stake? Like, you need to really do this. You need to come up with some kind of funding because this is a national security threat and you really need to look into this more. And we're starting a company that's actually doing exactly that. Can you give us some? We'll help. So good luck. Good luck with that. It's funny how you need money for research and development, but like Tim Burchett said, I need more information. I'm not writing a blank check unless I know exactly what the heck is going on. Who is crazy enough to write a blank check to something that you've seen nothing to back it up what they're saying? You'd have to be nuts. And I agree with Representative. What's up, the crazed, and what's up, hello, on TikTok. I'm ranting about UFOs and UAPs. Sorry. I'm done now. I'm good. I had to get that out of my system. But that's what that show tomorrow is pretty much about. Because I heard from Pavel today that Representative Luna said that the next UAP hearing would happen by the end of summer. because obviously there's a lot going on right now. I get that. I understand that. The end of summer. What are we talking? August? Beginning of September? First of all, they're going to, what's that called? The end of session for the summer break. So I don't know when that would happen, because they go back home, you know, a recess occurs. I don't know exactly when it is, but it's usually in that summertime period, and then they come back like in September. Back to DC. But they go on a summer recess like everybody else goes on vacation. So I don't know how this is going to work out. But I think there are, and I think a lot of people would agree, there's more important things than a UAP hearing right now that's going on. Look at how beautiful that Aurora looks. Yeah, the moon is out. I was going to do a sky watch here with my camera. It's just cloudy. But look how beautiful that is. This is in Greenland. This is an airport in Greenland. Look how beautiful that aurora. Even with the moon washing it out, light pollution. That's how strong that is. Can you imagine if there was no moonlight out, how dark that sky would be and how beautiful that would look? Even more. Stunning. But the moon is pretty bright. And despite the moon washing out quite a bit of it, believe it or not, it still looks amazing. So I'm done with my, like I said, my little rant. I had to get it off my chest. So I'm going to chill out. I have to make a little list of what I need to do in the morning for work. I had to cancel my physical therapy because I'm just overloaded with work tomorrow. With a pre-record and 2-hour pre-record and stuff like that. So I actually had to cancel my physical therapy tomorrow, which is unusual. That's actually a first. I can't ever recall canceling a doctor's appointment, period, of any kind, over work. Because I usually schedule around it. But this happened suddenly, so I had no choice. I left them a message tonight. Because I don't like to do that to them, because they can call somebody early in the morning. Because my appointment was for like 11:30 in the afternoon. They can call somebody. We have an opening now for a session if you're available. Let somebody else take the opportunity to go in my spot. Because that's what they do. If there's a cancellation, they call other people and tell them, we have an opening if you're willing to come in. So I'm not going to call in the morning. I'd rather have that message ready for them in the morning. They open at 7. So they have plenty of time to get somebody else in there. So it's not a loss for them. At least I look out like that. A lot of people wouldn't care. But they're a business just like anything else. I don't think that's right to do that. I mean, there's no excuse for me not simply picking up the phone and leaving a message. Really? Anyway, like I said earlier, because we're on Facebook, we're on a couple of other platforms. TikTok looks quiet tonight. Uh-oh, what is that? Except for Hello. She's in there. I don't know if she's still in there. And I am keeping an eye on the TikTok chat. Uh-oh, new file has been added for work. TikTok has invited... Oh, I'm not going into that. I don't know what the heck that is. It might be glacial. I'm just checking out my messages. Okay, I think I'm clear. Yeah, I'm clear. See ya. So, I was going to, even though Bob, Skywalker, Michael, excuse me, have heard this like 1,000 times. But the TikTokers may not be familiar with my music, that I wrote the lyrics, and Suno creates the AI generated music to go with it. But it's not as easy as it sounds, because you have to put in different types of genres. It creates music that you may not like or may not flow and sync with your lyrics that you write. So it doesn't work out because they're saying the words in the wrong way in the flow of the music in the background. Sometimes that happens, like, that doesn't sound right. Sometimes I have to spell a word out differently so that the AI pronounces it properly. There was an example of that. It wasn't Krampus. There was a word in one of my lyrics that I had to spell it wrong. Oh, Samhain. It was like the Halloween song. I had to put Sam and then Hain, because I wasn't sure it was going to pronounce it right. I put Hayne, Hain. Instead of Samhein, I wasn't sure if it was going to pronounce it right. So I had to spell it wrong so that the AI would pronounce it properly. Because sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes I'll put a 4-syllable word and it doesn't do the pronunciation of the word properly. And I'm like, I never heard the word said like that before. I see you in trouble, Mike. So you got to sometimes like play around that way so that it comes out as planned when you write the lyrics. And somebody asked me today to write a future theme for a show. So we'll see how that goes out. Because now I have people asking me, I know that you're writing these songs. Can you do something for me? And I'm like, sure. Give me an hour. It'll be done. Just tell me the title, the theme of your show. I'm good after that. That's all I need. And I did it for another law enforcement show that airs on the network. And he loved it. The name of the show is I Detective. And he loved the way I wrote the lyrics out. It's retired police officers. All the hosts are retired police officers. And he's a good friend of mine, Chris. And it came out really good. Matter of fact, I'll play a little of it, not the whole thing. And you'll get an idea. I write the lyrics. Suno creates the music with the AI generator. Okay, let me go into where they are. I need coffee. I don't care, it's 10:30. I need coffee. Okay, where is it? What the heck is all that? Where are these video clips? I don't even know what the heck this is. I'm gonna have to click it. Uh-oh, it's gonna pop here. Oh yeah. That's what that is. Get the lead out. Ooh, we get in trouble quick on that. Believe it or not, you can. As crazy as that sounds, a cover band can still get you on certain platforms, which is bizarre. Because it's still music of the other artist. Well, go eat. I made the chili with white rice. I told you. Let me see if this is the one. Yeah, this is it.
To protect and serve, sacrifice of many, in honor they deserve. Men and women dressed
I wrote that for a specific show. The name of the show is I Detective. So I put that together, wrote it, and he loved it. His audience actually loves it too. So that's an example. Give me a topic. I do my own, obviously. Uh-oh. That's not a good sound. Something's blocking up. Snake time. And it has to be coming from the kitchen sink because she's doing dishes. The lines are connected at, I'm not going to get into all that, too much information detail. But now I know what I got to do. That's another thing now. Red alert. Oh yeah. But anyway, so I write about stuff all the time when I write my music. Some of my music is like fun, some are more serious when I write the lyrics. Like, and I can't play that one because the Halloween song, it sounds like trash without my drumming. It really does. This is it here. It might be it. Yeah, this. So I wrote the lyrics. You could see the genre.
They gather in the fields, the fall's harvest to complete. Light dims in the heavenly hearth. Bonfires glow bright with symbolic heat. Sam Hain begins for
See how I spelled Sam Hain? I had to.
the physical and other world to interact. Blessings for the new harvest, fires to seal their yearly pact. Pumpkins smiling throughout the house, emitting their light in the dark. Spiders bounce on their glittering web. Dogs can be heard as they begin to bark. Shadows in the distance, the source young and clear. The moon shines brightly, howls in the night, I tremble with fear. Can you wait in the jack-o'-lanterns?
I wrote that for Halloween, this past Halloween. But I didn't like the song because it sounded hollow. Not hallows, hollow. So I said, I need to add drums to this. Those back there. So I put drum tracks to it. And it made it sound so much better. At least in my opinion. So I can't play drums now, but I do have the audio track. And I can actually try to sync it. But we're gonna have to mute this. And get the song on the audio track with the drums. Let's see if this will work. It might. Where are you, Hallows Eve? But which one is it? Is this it? Let me see if this is with the drums.
They gather in the fields, the fall's harvest to
I don't know.
complete. Light dims in the heavenly hearth. Bonfires glow bright with symbol.
That's it. Okay.
Sam Hain begins for
Alright, now we're gonna have to time this.
They gather in the fields, the fall's harvest to complete. Light dims in the heavenly hearth. Bonfires glow bright with symbolic heat. Sam Hain begins for all to celebrate. The physical and other world to interact. Blessings for the new harvest, fires to seal their yearly pact. Pumpkins smiling throughout the house, emitting their light in the dark. Spiders bounce on their glittering web. Dogs can be heard as they begin to bark. Shadows in the distance, the source young and clear. The moon shines brightly, howls in the night, I tremble with fear. Can you wait in the jack-o'-lanterns? Children all dressed in their Halloween dyes. Traditional parties blaring monster mash. Everyone dressed in their best disguise. Ghouls and zombies walking through the streets. Superheroes but not skipping a beat. All dressed in their costumes, ringing or knocking, it's time.
up, Andrew?
Candy awaits in the jack-o'-lanterns. Children are dressed in their Halloween guise. Traditional parties, merry monster mash. Everyone dressed in their best disguise. Ghouls and zombies walking through the streets. Superheroes run, not skipping a beat. All dressed in their costumes, ringing or knocking. It's time for trick or treat. Candy awaits in the jack-o'-lanterns. Children all dressed in their Halloween guise. Traditional parties bearing monster mash. Everyone dressed in their best disguise. Ghouls and zombies walking through the streets. Superheroes run, not skipping a beat. All dressed in their costumes, ringing or knocking. It's time for trick or treat.
So I wrote that for Halloween. But it's a cool app. Well, actually, you could call it an app too. But the great thing is you get to write your own music. It can generate lyrics for you, but I write my own. And then you can pick the music genres. Like if you've seen it said trance, techno, all that. You can actually input the types of genre that you want the song to kind of sound like. You could put male vocals, female vocals. You can play around with it. And I'm telling you, it's addicting and it's fun. Because you're being a creator. Now, I get to own the rights. I can play this music on any podcast platform or any video platform because I actually have the rights to it. Remember, I wrote the lyrics. So that's a big part, but it's also the pay version. If you pay for it, and I can pull it up, the information, you have the rights to it. So it is. It's a licensing thing that I can use. So it's pretty cool. And Andrew, I don't know if you're still there. So what's up? But, and I love writing. And you can write anything. I know people that write 8 lines and they repeat it, or because they're just strictly doing beat music and they just put a few lyrics in there, make it really simple. There's nothing wrong with that. It's not something I would do, but there's nothing wrong with that. Why is this still open? Premiere Pro. Let's close this. What's up, Popeye? And what's up, Chris? Chris, I followed you back. I don't know if you saw that on TikTok. But dude, you've never used Suno before, Popeye? Oh, it's fun. It's addicting. I'm telling you. I sat here during a live stream a few weeks ago, and with mom and streaming and all the distractions, I said, I'm going to write lyrics to a song and I'm going to generate it right now. It took like an hour because I have to write out the lyrics. I usually do 4 verses of 8 lines apiece, and then the chorus has 8 lines. So what is that? 50 lines? 50 lines. I think, right? No, 32. No. 40. Yes, 40, not 50. Still, 40 lines. While I'm live streaming. And the result of it was this. Mom, can you make me a cup of coffee, please? Yes, please. Because spring. It was right as spring was coming. And I wrote this. Let me put the audio.
Trees begin to bloom, the signs of early spring, a breath of fresh air. Birds begin to sing, the feeling of energy, rush of adrenaline. Winter now past, a shot of nature's medicine. Body reanimated, blood rushing through my veins. Time to get moving, no more lazy days ahead. Days growing longer, more hours to enjoy. Internal engine roaring, full throttle is deployed. Back to being fully restored, finding the fountain of youth, the sense of being reborn, cylinders running smooth, all gears in motion, no time to waste, a jolt of power, rejuvenate. Bad habits in the rear view mirror, toxins now deceased. Mind over body, stimulus is released. Positive vibes all around me, a sense of spirituality, peace and stability within, new path for normality. Staying focused with intent, high inner willpower, resisting ill temptations, anxieties of my darkest hour. Second wind arises, never looking back, prolonging one's longevity. My life's now back on track. Back to being fully restored, finding the fountain of youth, the sense of being reborn, cylinders running smooth, all gears in motion, no time to waste, a jolt of power, rejuvenate. Rejuvenate. Bad habits in the rear view mirror, toxins now deceased. Mind over body, stimulus is released. Positive vibes all around me, a sense of spirituality, peace and stability within, new path for normality. Rejuvenate.
Papa, you might like the next one. If you're still there, you really might like the next one. And I'll put it up there. There's two different versions, so I gotta see if... I think it's this one.
Personal attacks of character, criticism of demeanor, cases of disillusion, questions of behavior. Despite all the attempts, ill-advised schemes, social media promoting his strength, making America great again memes, addressing the deep-rooted fallacies within our governmental system, exposure through transparency, Revelations of wisdom and expectations of renewal stretch across the homeland. As a new start begins, the hourglass of sand. Rising from the ashes, American flag waves behind. A leader stands for our country, leadership well defined. He rises above all the propaganda. The phoenix is reborn. It all begins first day in office, under God and flag is dutifully sworn. Addressing all the nation's concerns, domestic and abroad, keeping adversaries second guessing. His policies kept obscure, securing our borders, relighting our economy, standing for our nation with pride of autonomy. America to take its place, leading by example. The power of our president, world stage so substantial. New world order in disarray, corruption to be exposed. Transparency and security will soon be disclosed. Rising from the ashes, American flag waves behind. The leader stands for our country, leadership well defined. He rises above all the propaganda.
So you get the flow of that one. I write about everything and about the value of different people's opinions. I write about everything. Like on the flip side, I mean, it could be this. I mean, you see how I wrote that song, but then, let me see if this is the right version. Yeah, but then read the lyrics to this one. I wrote these lyrics, remember that.
The ground begins to crumble, cracks and fissures to form. Foundations attacked. Is this the new norm? Panic drives those with fear, driven by those who seek power. Will we be driven to our darkest hour? Rumors swirl, what should we believe? Blame shifts to each other, falling on deaf ears. We build our own borders. Who will survive? Will it be law and order? Is it just conspiracy? Masterminds of the global new order. Oh, standing in the fault line, ground trembles under my feet. Forces on to wage war, they will be the ones we defeat. Standing in the fault line, caught in the crossfire. Anger fills the air, leads to chaos and disorder. Warning shots ignored, writing is on the wall. What will it take before we all fall? One side pits to destroy each other, the cauldron of fire to be released. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Is this judgment day or the eve of the beast? Rumors swirl, but we had the chance to seek a commonality. Anger voices heard above each other, too late for this finality. Lines drawn in the sand, now wiped away.
I'll show you. I'll show you in a second.
We all need to respect each other, or in the end no one wins. Standing in the fault line, ground trembles under my feet. Forces on to wage war, they will be the ones we defeat. Standing in the fault line, caught in the crossfire. Anger fills the air, leads to chaos and disorder. Oh, 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 oh,
Isn't that freaking awesome, except for one person's comment in there just to bust my chops? The AI, okay, so it depends on the amount of lyrics you have, because like I said, I write 40 lines. Now, I'm starting to change it up, but if it's not broken, I'm not fixing it. Because I've written songs about my bike rides and Christmas and my dog. I wrote a song, Momzilla, about her. I write on a wide range. I even tried to make a dance song on an experimental, and it's bizarre. And I'm going to show you how it works. I'm going to do Down the Rabbit Hole in a second. Like now. But I did a song called Rattling My Bones. It was supposed to be like a dance song. So it came up with this. It sounds like a Sam and Dave song or something out of Animal House or something.
Turn up the volume.
My mom's calling now.
Crank up
What is
the
it?
bass.
Yes.
Rockin' to the beat. No time to waste. Grooving to the music. Bouncing on
Oh,
the feet.
what? That's a
Come
song
on,
I wrote.
everybody. Get off your seat. Get that groove on. No matter where you be. Shake it anywhere. Baby, you and me. Join me on the dance floor.
I'm waiting for the
Rock
chorus
it
to
all
hit.
night. Closer to your body. Under the moonlight. Tingling down my spine. Electricity in the air. Swaying with my baby. Electrostatic in our hair. Keeping with the rhythm. In beat and mood of tones.
Stop.
Feeding off
don't know.
your energy.
I'm not.
Rattling my bones. Cruising down the highway. My baby by my side.
So it made that version. And I'm like, I actually like it. It wasn't what I wanted, but I liked it. So then I wrote the one that I wanted, and I had to extend it because it ended abruptly. So I had to create another part and put it together with the front part. And it's the same song, but a different way. And it says, it's just the audio because I had to merge the clips.
Yeah, yeah. Turn up to the beat on auto.
Yes.
Turn up the volume, crank up the bass, rocking to the beat, no time to waste. Grooving to the music, bouncing on my feet. Come on, everybody, get off your seat. Get that groove on, no matter where you be. Shake it anywhere, baby, you and me. Join me on the dance floor, rock it all night. Closer to your body, under the moonlight. Tingling down my spine, electricity in the air. Swaying with my baby, electrostatic in our hair. Keeping with the rhythm in beat and mood of tones. Feeding off your energy, rattling my bones. Cruising down the highway, my baby by my side. Turn up the volume, rocking as we ride. Driving to a full beats, car seems to be alive. All in sync together, this is how we thrive. As we get home, we turn down the light. You and I together make it through the night. Marvin plays in the room, let's get it on. Music made with each other to the break of dawn. Tingling down my spine, electricity in the air. Swaying with my baby, electrostatic in our hair. Keeping with the rhythm in beat and mood of tones.
my baby.
So you get the idea. Now, I hope he's still there because I'm actually creating. And I'm using up my points because I pay for it. And like I said, because I pay for it and I write my own lyrics, that gives me a lot of content control. And I will show you. So it says here, if you make your songs while subscribed to a Pro or Premier plan, those songs are covered by commercial use license. This allows you to distribute songs to Spotify, Apple Music, etc., using the distributor of your choice. This also allows you to play the songs in content you post to YouTube, TikTok, etc. You don't have to attribute the songs to Suno, but we wouldn't mind if you let your audience know we help create your masterpiece. So I have the rights to play this music anywhere, whether audio platform or video platform. That's awesome. So, yeah. And I do have the paid plan. Because I try to write a song and I don't like the way it generates the song, like I'm doing with a little experiment, and I don't know what the lyrics are going to be because I didn't write them. Papa, are you still here? Because he's the host of Rabbit Hole Radio on the network. I'm really curious to see what he thinks about the generated songs. I did 4 of them. I put 80s inspired, trance, and orchestral. And I'm just going to play it anyway. It's called Down the Rabbit Hole. That's the name of the show. I have no idea what it's going to sound like. Okay, he's still here.
Streetlights hum in the midnight haze. Electric veins in a neon maze. Heartbeat faster in a glowing bind. Lost tonight with no rewind. Dancing shadows on the moonlit floor. Feel the rhythm begging for more. Echoes call where the
Next. But it's using the same lyrics. I have to write them out, or he could write them out. And I just picked those categories.
streetlights hum in the midnight haze. Electric veins in a neon maze.
Oh, I might have went to that other page.
Heartbeat faster
Nope.
in a glowing bind. Lost tonight with no rewind.
So tell me some.
Glitter skies and fading cries. Electric dreams in your eyes. City lights hum like a hymn. Echoes where the night begins. Shadows dance on muted streets. Hearts collide with booming beats.
do see that grandizer.
Heart beats loud like a runaway beat. Glass in my hand, sharp as regret. Past still calling, but I ain't done yet.
So you see, you can change the style.
I agree with you on that.
Shadows creep fast on the cracked concrete. Heart beats loud like a runaway beat. Mirror cracks like the dawn ain't kind. Shadows stretch out long, rewind. Echo screaming out my name. Running wild, I won't play tame. City lights burn holes in the night. Neon whispers dare me to fight. I'm no angel, no saint, no shame. Heart of fire feeds this flame. Break the chains that hold me down.
I actually like this.
No more silence, no more frown. I won't bow, I won't bend. This is my story, no bitter end.
It's amazing that that's AI.
Fingers bleed on strings of
Isn't it
steel.
wild?
Truth is sharp, it's all I feel. Sky is torn, but I won't pray. Dancing fire, it's my way. Faded pavement, sparks ignite. Waging war against the night. Every fall a sweeter sky.
It reminds me of Within Temptation. So I was showing that for a reason. And the experiment is now over. Because it takes time to figure out the feel, the vibe, how the lyrics go with the music, what specific genre you're looking for, the way that you want the song to sound like. On the free version, you're not getting many chances to experiment. With the paid one, I can play around for quite some time. But I could waste a lot of points just trying to find one song I like when I write it. It's so bizarre because I can literally go through like 200 points. They refresh every month. But I can go through so many points creating a song, writing a song, that I don't like it. I don't like the way it's coming out. So I got to keep trying until it's something I can live with. So Popeye, because he's the host of Rabbit Hole, if you want to write lyrics or if you want me to do it, I can do it. And we can have this as part of your, because I know you love your intro to your show, but maybe we change it up, the new down the rabbit hole. And especially for our plans for the other show, we can maybe do a separate, you could keep your intro, but we can make one for her. Based on the title and the theme of the show, we can do that. I wrote a song for another show on the network. And he loves it. And so do his listeners. So we can experiment with that. We can get together and plot that. I don't have, like, this is one of my favorites. It's about watching the sky. I wrote one about the drones when all that stuff was going on. But this is one of my favorites right here, since there's hardly no action in the sky right now. This is one of my favorites.
As twilight approaches with
I even like the lyrics I wrote.
Daydreams turn to night. Twinkling appears slowly above the hints of the heavenly light. With each passing moment, wonders are born. Light years traveled, determining that date. A look through a time machine.
visits to Mars. How far can we reach our outstretched hands? There is no limit. As twilight approaches with colorful hues, daydreams turn to night. Twinkling appears slowly above, the hints of the heavenly light. With each passing moment, wonders are born, like years. As twilight approaches with colorful hues, daydreams turn to night. Twinkling appears slowly above, the hints of the heavenly light. With each passing moment, wonders are born, like years traveled, determining that date. A look through a time machine, how long before we know their fate? The wonders and dreams race against time, the brilliance of light and shooting stars. What lies above and beyond our Earth? Imagining our travels and visits to Mars. How far can we reach our outstretched hands? There is no limit, our goals set high. Watching the meteor streak above under the night lit sky. Could there be life out there, feeding in the Goldilocks zone? What would an exoplanet be like? Is it similar to our own? Mysteries of the universe, galaxies swirl. What is that black hole? The power and beauty of a sun. Northern lights are born in the northern pole. Viewing through a telescope, revealing the secrets the naked eye can't see. What is that beautiful planet? Which planet is that? What could that be? Pulling all the charts like a captain at sea, heart pounding within my chest. A new frontier to be explored, humanity's destiny to begin its quest. Rockets launched upward with a fiery roar, risks and danger lie in its course, overcoming all challenges, atmosphere pierced with all its force. Is that a SpaceX rocket or satellite? Feelings of excitement and joy, lying back and gazing at this beautiful sight. The night lit sky for all to enjoy. Could there be life out there, feeding in the Goldilocks zone? What would an exoplanet be like? Is it similar to our own? Mysteries of the universe, galaxies swirl. What is that black hole? The power and beauty of our sun. Northern lights are born in the northern pole.
So, in my opinion, based from the original that was written, adding the drums made it better. As this is looping, you could hear the regular version. It's way better with the drums.
Dreams turn to night. Twinkling appears slowly above, the hints of the heavenly light. With each passing moment, wonders are born, like years traveled, determining that date. A look through a time machine, how long before we know their fate? The wonders and dreams race against time, the brilliance of light and shooting stars. What lies above and beyond our Earth? Imagining our travels
and visits to Mars. How far can we reach our outstretched hands? There is no limit, our goals set high. Watching the meteor streak above under the night-lit sky. Could there be life out there, feeding in the Goldilocks zone? What would an exoplanet be like? Is it similar to our own? Mysteries of the universe, galaxies swirl, what is that black hole? The power and beauty of our sun. Northern lights are born in the northern pole. Viewing through a telescope, revealing the secrets the naked eye can't see. What is that beautiful planet? Which planet is that? What could that be? Pulling all the charts like a captain at sea. Heart pounding within my chest. A new frontier to be explored. Humanity's destiny
talk about
to
that
begin
during
its
our-
quest. Rockets launched upward with a fiery roar. Risks and danger lie in its course. Overcoming all challenges. Atmosphere pierced with all its force. Is that a SpaceX rocket or satellite? Feelings of excitement and joy. Lying back and gazing at this beautiful sight. The night-lit sky for all to enjoy. Could there be life out there, feeding in the Goldilocks zone?
Do you know how much I love that little line right there? The Goldilocks part, that when I wrote it, feeding in the Goldilocks zone. I said, this is just too good, clever to use that. And you have to think about it. Because it is called the Goldilocks. And feeding in the Goldilocks zone. Is there life out there feeding in the Goldilocks zone where life could possibly be? When I write, sometimes I'm writing in multiple possible metaphorical expressions all going on at the same time. It depends on the interpretation of the person that's listening and what the lyrics mean to them. Trust me, I do that quite often. This one is pretty straight up. It's for night sky watching. But some of the other ones, there's some underlying. The bike song. The bike song does not have to be for bike riding. If you think about it for your own personal inspiration to motivate oneself, it can definitely be interpreted like that. And that's pretty cool, because that means the song could have multiple meanings depending on how your interpretation of the music and the lyrics are. And I like that. I like to do things like that. And truly, for a person that understands music, yeah, I put the reason I put my mic low is because when I bang on the drum set, Bob tells me this all the time, you're low, because then you'll hear me banging on the drums. And sometimes I'll sing along. I don't want to be heard. I don't want to be heard. So that's one thing I can't do is sing. But maybe as a backup, subtle in the background, but no. But even like I said, the bike ride video. What is it called? It's Cyclone. I don't even think I have Cyclone as a video with lyrics on it. I don't even think I ever made one, which is bizarre. Did I? I don't think this is it. If it is, it's the small version. I'll let it go, but because I'm not gonna play the whole thing. But I wrote this for bike riding. See, now everything's too loud.
In the mist of the morning dew, daylight appears within the sky. A clearing appears in a path below. A movement blurs the eye as it moves by. The power of the mind as the pedals roar. Hands held tight upon the silver bar, reaching new heights as it continues to soar.
Hitting all the gears, struggling through an uphill climb, pushing all limits. Will I make it this time? Reaching to the top to start the decline, cruising to the movement machine, making it mine. Riding it fast, rocking through the tracks, hitting all speeds, never looking back. Pedal to the metal, no limit in sight. Dust clouds left behind, cyclone through the night. Roll, clouds stir, eagles glide above. No regrets, this is what I love. The path reveals a light. My body starts to purge. Energy ignites. We continue to search. Upon the clearing path, the rider nears its end. Glimmering light approaches the bend, cutting like a blade into the wind of glory. Cross the finish line in a champion story. Riding all the gears, struggling through an uphill climb, pushing all limits. Will I make it this time? Reaching to the top to stop the decline, cruising to the movement machine, making it mine. Riding it fast, rocking through the tracks, hitting all speeds, never looking back. Pedal to the metal, no limit in sight. Dust clouds left behind, cyclone through the night.
When I'm riding my bicycle and I wrote this, I'm like, yeah, let's do this. It motivates me, like grind and ride and work hard.
Storm clouds stir, eagles glide above. No regrets, this is what I love. The path reveals a light. My body starts to purge. Energy ignites. We continue to search. Upon the clearing path, the rider nears its end. Glimmering light approaches.
Crazy thing is, this is the first song I wrote on Suno. It's the first one that I ever wrote. And I said, okay, game on. Now I'm gonna start writing lyrics. That was the first one I actually wrote the lyrics out. I said, I'm gonna take this to another level. And I'm gonna tell you, it's a little work and anyone can do it. I mean, really, just sit down and write out a few sentences based on something that a topic or even a vibe. A vibe. It can be beat related, like something like that. It doesn't have to be difficult and complex. It could be simple and put a beat to it. It's yours. That's it. My friend, he didn't write the lyrics though, but he made one that was really cool, dedicated to his baby mom. I need to write a song, Troopazilla, for Skywalker. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna write a Chuparilla song. Oh heck yes, I'm gonna make a Chuparilla. Oh, Mark's streaming right now. So, heck yeah, I'm gonna surprise him and make, cause he said his wife is a combination of a silverback and a chupacabra. So I said, oh, wait a minute, I'll come up with something with that. So that means she's a chuparilla. And that was it. I don't know how I came up with it, but I said, chuparilla. Can you imagine even picturing that in your mind? A combination of a chupacabra and a silverback gorilla? What that would look like? I'm gonna have to be imaginative when I come up with the lyrics for that. Oh man. So yeah, I really love messing around, and I don't have the time, because I don't, especially now. I don't have the time to be writing songs, and it takes an effort. It just can't be anything. And of course, everybody's gonna love their own music. Of course they are. They're proud of creating it. And I get it. And a lot of the stuff I write, people may not like. And a lot of stuff that other people write, I may not like. Especially if I criticize it from a musician point of view. Then I can get overly critical. But there's no such thing really, because music is music. And that's all that matters. It's the creativity behind it. And what a person likes, what their vibe is, what their feel is. As long as they enjoy it, that's all that matters. And as long as if they think it's great, awesome. More power. Right, doesn't it? Can you imagine like a Sasquatch size thing that looks like a chupacabra? That would be scary. If you think about it. It's like there was that movie, and they really had the first one was really good. Second one wasn't bad. But they could have taken that to such levels, because it almost had a Mothman vibe, but a very malevolent type. But Jeepers Creepers, that movie had such potential. And then it just went off the rails. But that could have been, that's like Pumpkinhead. The potential is there, but then they ruin it. Because it goes so low budget, and I don't know who makes who writes out the screenplay, all that. That's like, you really did a terrible job with this one. And then the acting is like, oh my gosh, where did you find them? Are they friends of yours? It gets like that. Granddad's of my, like, last night, were you here? It was toward the end of the stream. I don't even, that was today. That was today, earlier. It was freaky what happened here. I don't know if I can pull up the clip. Two, not one. 2 sprays fell on the ground. Like, fell. And I'm sitting here like, what? Tycho's not in the room. And it wasn't because the washing machine was on, because the washing machine had already been done. There was no movement. These things just fell. I was like, oh, okay. It's all right. I get it. I'm going to see if I can pull it up. I can't use the tube because the tube graphics are just brutal. I'm going to go to Rumble. Oh, I can't take it with the quality. The video quality is so poor. And people say, no, it looks fine. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. I was doing it on my Quest 3 today. And It's a 4K video and it still looks like trash. I was like, what? That's trash. No wonder the other videos don't look good. And I think they don't look good. Mine look just as bad. Now I know why. It's not their videos. It's the bandwidth and the lack of and the quality. I'm like, wow. Is this now? Oh, yeah, this is now. Oops. That's why I gotta change the titles. It's just I'm lazy. I ain't gonna lie. Oh yeah, this was earlier today. I actually know I put the quest on. It's crazy because just look at the way the quest is moving with my video. It's very easy to cast, by the way. It's not hard. But look how I'm turning my head to look around. This is my own bike ride video. I wanted to see if it worked. And it did. There's audio, but I have it off. See, I'm looking straight, and I'm gonna turn my head, and you're gonna see. Oh, I'm trying to put it in 4K, and I was like, come on. It still looks terrible. So this is the Quest 3. Don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to bust balls with the which high school video? The one like I did in high school? The teacher picks out the songs. I am confused. Grandizer. So it's like the video quality was terrible. Oh, I don't know, Grandizer. But anyway, I'm looking around. See how I'm turning my head to look around? So it works. The pointer's on the screen when I was holding it. That's pretty cool. So my video works for 360. I'm doing it. What's up? A long time no see. Creamer's long time no see. Hope you're doing well in your family. So here I am looking out at the river. That's the Wallkill River. So it worked. Then I'll look up at the pigeons. But the 4K, I was upset. Now it doesn't look too bad. It doesn't. But I'm looking for perfection. But it didn't look too bad, actually, now that I'm looking at it. Yeah, I know I've seen the pigeons up there. Yeah, there they go. So this was a test. And it worked. This was earlier today. But the point of this was I was streaming and all of a sudden something falls. There's some numbers we can't even obtain because it's a mess on how they do its cancer treatment, all of it, what some of these scientists and they break it down. So you may not even understand what they're saying. It's a lot. And that's why I'm always busy. I told Pavel when he was on, Pavel, I got your show set up for the next on living room light. If I don't do things like that, I'm in trouble. You know what? If I stay like up to current, I'd be going nuts preparing. Oh, now that was scary as you know what. Two things just fell off that chair over there. I can show you on the camera. It did scare the heck out of me. I'd be going nuts preparing. Oh, now that was scary.
It made me jump.
You know what? Two things just fell
There's
off
no
that
way
chair
that
over
should have fell. There's no way. It's been there for a long time. Why would it fall now?
I can show you on the camera.
They're right there. I put them on the shelf
Two
back.
bottles of
Clorox cleaner spray.
spray just fell off right there just now. Alexa, turn on living room light.
Oh, I get you.
Alexa.
Okay.
Alexa,
those were big
brighten living
songs
room
for the
light
time.
50%.
I don't think anybody was sitting in the
Okay.
audience trying to interpret it as.
Did you hear that?
Do you realize what the
Did
lyrics?
anybody
Now
just
we're like
hear
that.
We're just happy.
Back then, no.
I'm looking at the two
That's
bottles
the
on the floor.
80s.
Two Clorox bleach sprays just fell off.
I gotta see my
Just like
expression
that.
again. I gotta see the expression.
It's a lot. And that's why I'm always busy. Just trying to keep all this together. It's a lot. I have to stay ahead of stuff. Like this morning, I was working for a few hours just getting ahead of stuff for the week. Otherwise, I'd be in trouble. And I still got more stuff to do later for the week to prepare. Like I told Pavel when he was on, Pavel, I got your show set up for the next 3 weeks. If I don't do things like that, I'm in trouble. I can never, if I stay like up to current, I'd be going nuts preparing. I'm like, now that was scary as you know what. Two things just fell off that chair over there.
And you don't hear any other movement. It's just that fell.
I can show you on the camera.
What are you talking
Bottles
about?
of
Who picked them?
spray.
My band stuff is from high school. Is from
Just
the 80s. You got me confused now
Right there,
completely,
just now.
Grandizer. What are you talking about? No, the songs they picked were songs of the late 2000, early 2010s. We knew what the songs were. Also, you're talking about for your own personal experience. I thought you were talking about my stuff. We were songs. No, the songs they picked were songs of the late. We knew what the songs were about, being in a club partying. I get you now. I thought you were talking about something else. Yeah, it's hard for me to scroll up right now, Grandizer. Let me see what you're about. Oh, now I get it. My younger cousin goes to a high school. They did a pep rally where they went through. Showcasing some of the clubs. I get that they should have used more music that was current. Yeah, now I see what you're saying. About the music in general. Like today's music,
Like, why can't you use current music? Aren't you proud of the legacy of the music of today? But no, you go back 10 years prior. Like, that can relate to the current times. Why did you go back? It should have been during your experience at school at that time, and the music associated with all of that. But no, you decide to play music from years prior. That makes no sense. Now I get what you're saying. And yeah, with the 18 and under with the clubs. Well, actually, when at my age, it was 18 when things were going on. Then they changed it to 21 because of all the young people that were perishing from that. It became a really bad situation, alarming, especially in colleges. I remember when all that happened. And that's why it went from 18 to 21. Because it was alarmingly bad. Because I remember I actually lived it. I sound low again? Because it's a pain. But anyway, I remember that. I remember that clearly. I do. And the thing is, yeah. The thing is, like you said about the music in general, why aren't you just proud of the music that you grew up to in your time of spending in high school? Why would you, in a ceremony like highlighting the high school years or whatever, play music that is from 10 years prior? Why don't you use more current music to go? That makes no sense to me. See, that's crazy. 16 to 17. Wow. Well, think about the UK. Think about what goes on there with drinking. Put that in perspective at the pubs and what you're talking about. Now, personally, every generation says my music was the best generation of music. That is so common. Ask your parents, ask your grandparents. I can honestly say, in my opinion, with a music background, there is no way today's music could touch the past music. Not even close. You could pick 70s, 80s, 90s. I don't care for that. All that music is way better than what's out today. Today's music is all created by, well, like I just did with AI, or machines and keyboards and programs and samples, and I mean, it's not even instruments hardly anymore. Some do. And I'm like, it's all beat driven. It's rhythm. A lot of it is rhythm. Keyboards with a bass, drum synth. It's all beat driven. And trust me, I've heard by looking on TikTok, some of the clips and the music that people put associated to the clips, and a lot of it is like rapping, like real fast, and you could tell what the young people are listening to. I'm like, it's got to be the messaging. It's got to be the lyrics. It can't just be the music, because the music is subpar. And it's so simple. And I'm like, I'm actually trying to feel it. I'm trying to give it a chance. And it's like, this is what the young people are listening to? A lot of it has like a rap feel to it. Like, believe me, I did extensive research just looking at the TikTok posts and the music they put to their videos. I was sitting there and checking it out. I was like, and there was a pattern. There was a definite pattern. You could tell the demographic that's using the pattern. They definitely, you don't even have to see what they look like. You know what demographic they are based on the stuff they're putting out. It's so easy to figure it out. But I was like, I swear, I'm not saying this to exaggerate. I am so glad I grew up when I did, because the music there was so much variety with the music. You had the rock, the metal, the pop, new wave, house, techno. It goes on and on. There were so many different styles of music. And within metal, you had glam rock, thrash. You could, if you want to like break it down, you can go from Michael Jackson to Human League, from Boy George Culture Club to Depeche Mode. It was just so much different styles of music that you could pick and choose, and it's like, wow. Now, you're stuck. You're stuck. It is so monotonously boring. I'm telling you, from a musician point of view, there's nothing that draws me to it. There's nothing. It does nothing to me. And I'm a beat guy. I love beats. I love all kinds of music, but it doesn't even make musical sense, a lot of it. It's like nonsense. It tells me that, and another thing they do a lot is masking their vocals with that sound. If you ever hear the song, they're using that device to mask their voices, because if they take that away, they can't sing for nothing. They need to put that effect to make them sound somewhat decent. But otherwise, take that away from them and see what they sound like on a stage. A lot of effects. Look at my songs I write. They're decent, in my opinion. They are decent. But it's AI. It's my lyrics, but it's AI. And you know what? People talk about stuff. You have to wonder if the parents really know what the heck they're really doing with their friends and stuff. But that's every generation. But I can't imagine. But as far as the music's concerned, I wouldn't trade a thing. That's why I can go from when I'm streaming my music streams, when I'm not on the tube or Facebook, that's when I can play music. And I'll go from disco to pop to metal to progressive to, I even like I do like certain rap artists. I do. I love Latin music, salsa. There is a few like newer artists that I like. Their songs. So I'm not like stuck and ignorant to what's going on today, but it has to catch me. It has to give me that vibe where I could feel it. I can enjoy it. Not some nonsense that gives me a headache. And they think it's cool. I'm like, man, I'm glad I grew up with my crowd. That's what I would say. Oh, am I glad I grew up when I did? Because I don't know if I can handle it. Because I love music since I was a little kid. And if I was growing up and influenced by older music as I'm growing up and getting older, and it ends up in high school to the music that it's like now, I'd be like, and what you said, Grandizer, I might want to go backwards because I don't like what's out now. And that's a sad testimony about the music of today. See what I'm saying? If it's not Taylor Swift or some of these artists, then what is it? And don't get me wrong, she's accomplished, There are one or two songs that I've never heard her catalog. I cannot judge it because I never really listened to her stuff. I do like that one song when I was in Roswell, Anti-Hero, or Anti-Hero, whatever it is. I like it. But I never really delved into her music. Like, I used to, everybody made fun of Justin Bieber. That was the Biebs. Everybody made fun of that. I actually heard a few of his songs, and I actually liked them. It wasn't so funny. After I actually was listening to some of his songs, I actually liked it. I'm not going to sit here and be ignorant and say I didn't and lie. So, I try to be open-minded and listen to songs that come out, but in general, oh my gosh. Now I actually got into them. Rat, you might be the one. You might be the one that turned me on to that KM music because I started listening to it and I liked it. But name another. Name another band that you used to listen to, Rat, during your high school. Or early minute. So it was the grunge, wasn't it? I mean, was it the West movement with Nirvana, Soundgarden, Alice in Chains? My God, what's the other one? Stone Temple Pilots, Pearl Jam. Was that the time? Around then, for you? Because that would have been a cool time to listen to that music in high school. I would have enjoyed that. But, like I said, people like certain things. Yeah? But see, I could live with that. I could have lived with that. Because at that time, mid-90s, it still reverts back to the 80s music and the 70s. You're still looking back, like me. I wasn't around for a lot of this early 70s music. Or even the 70s music. I was a little kid. We all go back. But do you think this generation goes back? Let's ask that question. Do you think this generation goes back to appreciate the music from the past as much as we did? That's a good question. They don't know. They don't care. They're so hooked in this that they don't want to experiment and explore. And a lot of that has to do with the defunding of a lot of music and arts programs in schools. Because when I was a kid, throughout... Oh, that's my mother's phone. Oh yeah, I was muted because of mom. So middle school. I started playing trumpet in middle school. And as I was saying when I was muted, the teacher, it was the first 6 months, you had to learn to read and write music. It was all tests. Like, you knew you were going to eventually get to play an instrument. Everybody was thirsty because you knew it's coming. But first we have to get through the half year to learn music itself. Because he wasn't going to let us touch anything until we knew the understanding of music, scales. Oh my God. I remember all that. So then we got to, he says, okay, now we're going to go to the next phase. His name was Mr. Leader. And it goes alphabetically by last name. So if you got the letter A, you're going to get the drums. Most likely. So if your last name started with an S, you're going to probably end up playing violin. Because everybody else is good. Because you got to pick what instrument you wanted to play. Now in an orchestra, there's quite a lot of instruments. I picked the trumpet. And I played trumpet throughout middle school and high school. But on the side, I was still playing drums and I picked the guitar up. How many kids today have that experience of actually playing an instrument in school? I'd like to know. Now, when I was in junior high, middle school, and played in the band, when I went to my high school, which started at 9, but we didn't go to the 9 because my junior high went to 9, so I went to high school in my 10th year, sophomore. Never went to high school as a freshman. Sophomore, because my junior high went up to 9. So we all had to take a test to see if we could get into the high school band. I was nervous and struggled. I failed. But I told her, please give me another chance. And I went with her after everybody left, and I played for her. She said, you're in. That was great. Because I swear I was nervous. So, like I said, how many kids you think, because like when I was young, it was required. You had to go to a music class. You had to, just like we had health class and other things. This was not like something you pick in high school to try. This was mandatory. So I remember in first grade, my recorder, I was in love with my recorder. Do you remember what the recorder looked like? It kind of looks like a clarinet flute combined. It had the hole in the bottom and then the holes on the top. I was in love with my recorder. I would go home and play my recorder and try to match songs that I heard on the radio. That's how my music developed as a small child getting into music. It's all because of that recorder in first grade. I kid you not. That recorder put me on that path with music. Do they have that today? Do they even teach the kids what music is? Or an instrument? And there's nothing like it when you play and you learn it and you start to play it well. There's nothing like it. I wouldn't play the trumpet now, but I got my guitars and I got my drums. The music still lives here. You know what I mean? I'm reading the comments now. I play. Wow, Rat. Oh my God. Hot cross buns. Hot cross buns. Oh my God. I know exactly what you're talking about. That, you just gave me like the chills when you said that.
What's going on here? We did not have those topics. I only learned the piano because my 5th grade teacher taught me piano lessons. Do you remember Magic Bird of Fire by the... I know South Soul Orchestra. You still have your recorder, Bob? Oh man, we used to have Battle of the Bands in school. That was the metal thing though. Oh my God, it's cool what all of you are saying in the chat. But oh man, and if Mike, he's got to work tomorrow, I wouldn't even dare call him. So I might have to explain it. I can't even. No, I can't show it. I forgot we're on the tube and Facebook. But I remember in the park, Pelham Bay Park, it was on a Wednesday night too. It was during the summer though. They would have bands play, metal bands, our friends. And boy, were things different then. Yes, you'd have police officers walking around, keeping an eye on everything. But it's a bunch of headbangers hanging out, a lot of us, in the park while a band is playing. Do you think that could happen now? With the headbangers hanging out? And they know things are going on. They knew things were going on. No way. No way. They'd be scared to see a bunch of headbangers all congregating, let alone a band playing in a school ground park, literally. Like right where the basketball courts are, there's a band playing in the corner. At night, no less, till 10. And it was so cool. We're all hanging out. Summer, listen to our friends playing in their bands and you know, having fun. Happy birthday, X. Happy birthday. Well, Russia's considered progressive, yes. ELP, the progressive rock was a King Crimson. There was a lot of that going on too, but if you like metal, the likelihood is you like that too. Or hard rock, that's like Van Halen. I would say this, Journey was not a big thing. Journey was not that big. Now, the girls, their big thing was, can you guess? Bon Jovi. Oh my God. Bon Jovi. They all were in love with Bon Jovi. Another one that was big, Bryan Adams, with the girls. Bryan Adams, Bon Jovi. No, it wasn't Journey. It was not Journey. And even Skid Row, like the glam bands, some of those. But Bon Jovi's the one that the girls went nuts. But I'm saying like out of the glam, not the metal. AC/DC, that's a whole different level. I don't even want to talk about that because I'm on a certain platform. But the way people dressed back then was wicked. Well, actually, it wasn't so much of the glam rock because the metal was still coexisting along with the glam rock because that core didn't change. It never changed. That's like the Black and Yellow Attack, Striper.
Striper's a very talented band, but they got no traction. Excuse me, because nobody was really, in general, into that whole aspect of their lyrics. And I'm on certain platforms, so I got to be careful what I say. I would say the game changer, believe it or not, definitely the Seattle movement changed everything. The grunge movement changed everything. But I look at the bands before, like Guns N' Roses, where there seemed to be a transition occurring now on the style. Because while all this is going on, Metallica's still doing their thing. Megadeth, Iron Maiden, Judas Priest. I mean, there's so much still going on in the metal scene. I mean, I seen Metallica 1988, Monsters of Rock, and Justice for All tour. Things were still kicking. MTV helped make a transition too. That was a big influencer for a lot of artists because they wanted to go more commercial. They sold out to MTV. They wanted to be on MTV, so they made MTV according to MTV. They knew they were going to get a lot of viewers and their music. Metallica did it. Think about it. Enter Sandman, big video. Think about the songs off the Black Album. Nothing Else Matters. When they, based on the success of that, they started to drive their music to sell. They did sell out. Alexa, turn on the living room light. They sold out.
Okay.
If you talk to any old school Metallica fan, like me, that's like I make this argument. I loved Whitesnake, Coverdale. He had great musicians in his band. White Lion, Rob Zombie. But I'm trying to read everybody's comments. TikTok is quiet tonight. Let me see what's going on in here. No, I never had the time to hear any of those shows like Sammy Hagar's show and Dee Snider's show. But getting back to it, then the whole Napster thing. Oh my gosh. But it's funny because it was like, and I've seen a lot of concerts in my time, a ton, hundreds. But for me, it really changed when the whole Nirvana thing started. That was the beginning of the end. And I hear like what they considered the metal as it evolved, where it's unaudible vocals. It's like they're yelling and screaming at the top of their lungs. And they're playing 3 chords throughout the whole song. And I would call it, so with Slayer, with Hanneman and King, the guitar parts were bizarre to say the least, if from a writing perspective. I always loved harmonies. That's why I love Iron Maiden. That's why I love Judas Priest. And even Thin Lizzy. Like when you have multiple guitars doing different things, I appreciate that. I love the writing of that. But when I hear somebody yelling, I'm like, what the? And I loved Slayer. What the is that? That's going to give me the biggest headache And it feels like I need to hit something. I couldn't do it. I was like, oh, no way. Hell no. I'm not listening to this. And that upset me. Like, this is where this is evolving now? Happy birthday, Kathy, officially. And you know what? Metal is still alive, in Europe. The old school metal. And South America. It's still going strong. It's here that everything... Oh my gosh. Like, do you know what's happening in a few months? And it's gonna be huge. And it's gonna happen in Birmingham. Do you know what's happening? In July? In Birmingham, England? Do you know? Don't look it up. Do you know what's happening? It's gonna be incredible. Anyone? I can't play videos. Oh, he did the birthday thing for Kathy. That's nice. Okay. Black Sabbath is having their final concert with Ozzy. They're all the original members of Black Sabbath where it all started. In Birmingham. And you gotta see the celebrity guest guitar musicians that are gonna play for that concert. It is Black Sabbath's last show ever. This is it. And I was like, wow, look at all these people coming. And they'll go on stage and play with one song. I was like, I know somebody who's flying out just to go to this. I'm gonna see if I can find it. Wow, they got the ticket price revealed. Here's the BBC article. Look at this. The final show ever. And Ozzy's, he might have to do the whole concert sitting down. It's amazing that, wow. And all of them, the concert will mark the first time Black Sabbath's original lineup, Ozzy, Tony, Geezer, and Bill Ward, have played together in 20 years. And Ozzy's pretty much stopped because he has Parkinson's and spinal injuries. He's determined to put on one final show. And it will definitely be Ozzy, who's 76 years old, his final show. Ozzy didn't have the chance to say goodbye to his friends, to his fans, and he feels there's been no full stop. This is his full stop. Look who's going to be joining. The musical director is going to be the guitarist Tom Morello from Rage Against the Machine. Proceeds for the show will support Cure Parkinson's, a whole bunch of organizations. Other acts on the lineup include Alice in Chains, Hailstone, Lamb of God, and Mastodon. In addition, the concert will feature a supergroup with stars like Billy Corgan, Slash, Fred Durst, Wolfgang Van Halen, and Tom Morello. So this is going to be one heck of an event in the UK. And there's going to be a lot of people going to this. So here they have the tickets announced. It's going to be on Saturday, July 5th. There is also a stacked lineup of other major acts set to perform at the event. Dubbed Back to the Beginning, these include Metallica, Slayer, Pantera, Tom Morello, Alice in Chains, Gojira, Smashing Pumpkins, Slash, and Duff McKagan of Guns N' Roses and Korn. And the tickets in UK is anywhere from 200 to 834. That's outrageous. I would have definitely gone if I could do it, but I'm so busy with work, I can't do it. That's 4th of July. I'm busy 4th of July. But can you imagine going to that? Wow. That's going to be awesome. Creamer's like, you know what? She had her time too, Creamer's. Britney Spears. She did. She had her moment in time. She really did. There was a lot of artists like that. But like I said, getting back to the whole musical thing. I mean, I really kept up with the music up to like say 2000. Then I started to really lose interest. My library consists of all the older stuff. I'm just so old school. I try to keep an open mind for new music. I do. But it's so hard for me. But somebody will show me something, I'm like, oh, I like that. I mean, I'm like, whoa. Like when Rat, it had to be Rat with the K, whatever that band is, KMF, whatever that acronym is. I was like, whoa, I like this. And I did go through a phase with Muse. In their earlier stuff. I was like, whoa, I like this. So, and I did the techno thing. Definitely, I went through that phase. Yeah, it's like weird. But I still go to concerts. I seen Iron Maiden 6 months ago. For the 19th or 20th time. I'm losing count. I would never see Metallica. I refuse to. Because, first of all, they charge an exorbitant amount of money. Secondly, it just doesn't have that appeal to me like when I seen them with Cliff. I always say this. I want to keep the memory, even and Justice for All. I want to keep that, because I saw Master of Puppets with Cliff. They opened for Ozzy. I want to keep that Metallica in my mind, seeing them and hearing them that way. When it was just, wow. The guitar playing, everything. It was just amazing. I don't want that burned out of my mind and seeing the current version. I just can't. I can't do it. You don't know how upset. If you're a true Metallica fan, I mean, let's be honest. Oh, wow. A host just sent me. I could do that later. That has to air on Friday. I'll be busy tomorrow doing some work. I lost my thought because of that. Oh, if you are a real Metallica fan, and I seen them 6 times, but I seen them in their prime, up to Black. I never seen them after Black. And this is part of the reason. We all were like, when are they going to make that next heavy album like they used to be? And we would wait years for the next album to come out because they took a long time in between albums to come out with a new album. And then when that symphony thing came out, we were like, oh, no way. No. This is not working for us. It didn't work for me. That whole symphony experiment with Metallica did not work for me. It was the opposite of what we all wanted. We wanted the heavy back. Load was one thing. Reload was like, okay, what's going on here? What's going on? Now remember, put this in comparison to Kill 'Em All, Ride the Lightning, Master of Puppets. Compare that to those. You can't. There's just no way. What happened? So then, the worst experience was still to come. And it's been remastered, and it does sound a little bit better. I don't know who was in charge of engineering. I don't know whose brilliant idea it was, but Saint Anger drove me insane. Saint Anger, with that sound, that tingy sound of the drum snare, like he's hitting a can, drove me nuts. I'm like, what is that? And he does it throughout the whole album. I'm like, who said this was okay? Did an engineer not say, I don't think the drum should sound like this? It was a disaster. What's up, Nick? Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Now, let me tell you on the flip side. There's all right. Great White did an excellent Unplugged. No one can touch Nirvana's Unplugged on MTV. That was brilliant. I mean, when we seen that, we were like, wow, that's good. It was really good. To put it in a different, I was like, wow. And I always love Rush live. And I've seen Rush 18 times, being in a Rush video. But those early days of Metallica, wow. You never got into the Unplugged series? That was a good one. I used to watch them just to see. Like Great White did a great cover of Led Zeppelin song. That's the one that stuck out for me. Babe, I'm gonna leave you. Like, I remember getting together with my friends in my house and having a party for Live Aid. And that was a few days. We were at my house and we're all hanging out and enjoying it. I mean, for its time, Queen, the Led Zeppelin, which was subpar, there was a lot of bands that did the Live Aid. That was a big deal back then. Okay, like me, I like some Nirvana songs. I wouldn't say I enjoy every song in their catalog. No, I'm not that. The same goes with a lot of my friends loved Queensryche. I liked a few songs, but I wasn't big on Queensryche. A lot of my friends loved Kiss. I wasn't big on Kiss. So, like a lot of people didn't like Rush because of Geddy's voice. So I get that. I get it because I'm like that too. What's another band that everybody like? Oh my God, there's one song that used to drive me nuts. It was by Slaughter. Up All Night, Sleep All Day, I hated that song. I used to despise that song. I didn't like his vocals at all. Up all night, sleep all day. That's right. I was like, oh, that sends a shiver through my body when I hear that. Now the other one, the Angels song, that was good by Slaughter. That one I said, that's okay. But that other one, Up All Night, Sleep All Day, I couldn't. Yes, you're true. That's right. You're right about that. Yep. The David Bowie song. The man's, yes, I agree with that. Yep, I agree with what you're saying. So, again, there was a lot of different things musically going on. But look at today. Look at today. You could even look, and they were fair at one point. They were kind of fair. They would do a rotation. Look at this. Go back and look at the Super Bowl halftime shows, how they've evolved over time with the different artists that they had and what it is the last few years. There is no variety now. Just look it up. Look up the last 25 years of Super Bowl halftime. I can't do it. I can't. That's just me though. But everybody has their own personal choice of preference of music, and that's all good. I'm just cleaning up my messages. Or do I have work to in the morning? That's for sure. Too bad the moon is so bright, because this would look so much nicer if it was dark sky. Yeah, so, like right now I would love to play music, but I can't because we're on certain platforms. But one day we will go through that social experiment. Like another song that people used to talk about a lot, and I thought it was okay, but it got In the God of the Vida by Iron Butterfly. I was like, okay. And they always talk about, wow, he was a prodigy guitar player. I'm like, okay. And then, I wasn't a big fan of the Grateful Dead, but that was huge when I was young. There was a lot of Deadheads. Even the younger generation was getting into that Grateful Dead stuff. And it would be a big influencer when we're camping and stuff. You know what I'm saying? When we would all go camping in the mountains. Oh, I could tell you an experience that was insane. We were camping, a whole bunch of us. It was like 20, 25 of us. And then we're from the Bronx. And then from Alley Pond Park in Queens, another group arrives. And they come with their own big contingent of metalheads. Okay? This is a whole different... We don't know them, but they're from the city and they're metalheads, but they're from Queens and we're from the Bronx. So they hook up, we're watching them, and they hook up a big stereo unit connected to car batteries and all. I'm like, oh, look what they're doing. This is going to be great. We got music all weekend. Okay? And what happens? The whole weekend, I kid you not, every song they played was The Doors. The Doors 24/7 all weekend for 2 nights, all day Saturday, but Friday night and Saturday night and Saturday during the day until we all packed up and left on Sunday. It was Doors the whole time. Now, don't get me wrong, I love the Doors. But over and over and over and over and over and over again, without playing any other songs, there's something weirdly bizarre about this. And then they started to do other things that were crazy. I'm sleeping in my tent, and I'm hearing a sound on the tree next to my tent. And there's a guy doing, like, throwing something that sticks to the tree and then pulls it out. And I'm like, I told my friend Mike, check this out. Look what he's doing. And I'm like, oh boy, this is getting a little scary. And then they did other things I can't talk about that was serious. And they were partying a little bit too much. So that was, oh yeah. Grandizer, for sure. For sure. Actually, the police had to come, and they took one of them away for a disturbance. And we're camping. And we're like, oh shit, what's going on? You know, we're just trying to have a good time. I can't talk about it. I'm on a certain platform that I can't talk about details. So I have to respect that. But boy, oh boy. Have you ever got stuck on top of a mountain during a thunderstorm? Ooh. That was an experience. And there's lean-tos. If you could find one. But I don't forget that one. And I know Mike doesn't forget about that experience either. But yeah, there's a lot of... Good night, X, and happy birthday. Like me here, and it'll be a test with my new neighbors, but I think my new neighbors will like what I do with my music. So I use, I can't, I'm not going to show you because it's over there and it's heavy. The drum kit, it's separate though. It's separate. I had bought this because it goes with the drum set. But you have to buy it separately. It might be on Sweetwater, or I don't remember where I bought it. Okay, that's not mine. Let me see what mine looks like. Oh yeah, that's it. No, mine has red. Does it have red? Alexa, brighten living room light, 50%.
Okay.
Oh yeah, it's 2,000 watts. But that's not it. Alexa, shut off living room light.
Okay.
This is the newer version. Yeah, that's the newer version. Or maybe I have the newer version. Let me see. $2,000 watt. I can go up and read the model. Let's look at images. I don't even see my model. But there's one that's out now that's very similar. So I'm just going to do it. So I have this. I wonder what they charge for this now. It cost me. I know it cost me. It wasn't cheap. I'm curious what they're going for now. Why is that not coming up? Drums. I better put drums. Okay. That is definitely not it. Okay, so just to give you an idea, I think mine is a way better model than that. That's why it's more money. But just to give you an idea, I have this, something similar, that I put, that's for the drums, for the electric drums. It's 2,000 watts. So what I do, I have a thing called the Monster. This is a pretty powerful piece of equipment too. And then I Bluetooth the music to the Monster, 4x4 it's called. And then it has outputs that go into that drum amplifier. And I set that up right next to the pool outside. And boy, oh boy, is that loud. So I'm in the pool rocking to the music. And I love it. I love it. Go to the store, Grandizer. I'm going to be around a little while more. I am not going to physical therapy tomorrow, so I got time. So I have a good old time with the music in the backyard. But I face it toward the woods. So I'm not like, it's not pointing toward neighbors because they're that way. The woods is empty. I'm like I said, I'm gonna be here for a bit, Grandizer. Go to the store or whatever you got to do. I'm gonna make maybe another cup of coffee myself. I'm actually warm in here. So, you know, I got to see how my neighbors. I have a feeling they'll like my music, but I rock it out in the pool. I enjoy myself out there when it comes to the music. You as well, Grandizer. Oh, here comes Momzilla. Actually, if I drink coffee, I don't think I'll ever go to sleep. Oh yeah, oh yeah. You went to a San Francisco Giants game and you spent $35 on 2 Coors Lights. That's the going rate, bro. When I went to Iron Maiden, it was $16 per beverage. That's the going rate. That's the going rate. Even here at venues. That's about right. Isn't it crazy? It is crazy when you think about that. I could buy a case. I don't know. I don't drink that, but it is so expensive. It is. I hear you. But anyway, so a fountain soda costs $9. That's just outrageous. And you know, I used to work in a restaurant. The fountain soda is a lot cheaper. And you make a lot more money with fountain. Because you connect the syrup to the machine. And it comes in, the syrup is like in a box. And you connect it. And that syrup can last quite a long time. And you're making, it's cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. Because that's what it is. It's the syrup mixes with the carbonated water to make the blend. But the syrup, it looks like a giant thing. I can't say like an IV, but it kind of looks like the thing like when the blood is inside of it, it looks like a giant version of that. It does. It's like a plastic thing inside the box. And you connect it. But yeah, the fountain soda, it doesn't, it costs, it costs to buy that, but you get a lot of soda out of that syrup. So they, believe me, they make more profit that way than they do if they were selling cans. That fountain soda is gonna make money. So yeah, it's just incredible. That's why a lot of people, they bring stuff, to the game, and what goes on outside in the parking lots. I mean, that's traditional for so many years. With the food, we used to throw a football, throw a frisbee, have music going on, tailgating. It's become a really big thing. But where did it start? With our generation. That's who started it. For sure. But then it just exploded into what it is today. But we were the ones that started that. But it was a little different. A little different. But it grew into like all kinds of food but we definitely had an influence on that whole thing. And it was so much fun. Oh, it was great. The cool thing is meeting people you don't even know. And we're all there to see like a concert. And everybody's getting together. Music's coming out of the cars. It was awesome. Like even now, when I go to an event, I go by myself. I don't go with anybody. I go by myself most of the time. Mike went with me to see Iron Maiden. But generally, I go to concerts by myself. And then I meet people there and I just talk to them and I start hanging out with them. Oh yeah, parking is a whole nother story. Going to the airport is a crazy fee. When I travel, I don't park at the airport. I park off-site in a parking lot that has security. And then I Uber it to the airport. It costs me so much less money. Off-site, a few miles away, and I plan accordingly. I give myself extra time for traveling to and from the airport Uber. But it ends up in the long run, I save a ton of money on the parking. Even with the Uber and, giving them a nice tip and everything, I still save money than parking on site at an airport. It's a lot. And I'm going for a week or 8 days, 9 days. That adds up. So I know that deal. Yeah, and the gas, yes, and the traffic and all. I'd rather sit in the back of the car, chill out. Because it depends. Like when I went to Salt Lake, I might have the video. Chilling out and having appetizers and a couple of IPAs before I board the plane. I'm chilling. And Salt Lake was beautiful. And I've been to many airports. I loved Salt Lake. I really, really loved the Salt Lake airport. I fell in love with it. It was awesome. So modern because it's kind of new. And just great for people traveling at that airport. A lot of cool places to go eat and chill and nice. It very clean and just beautiful. It looked like a giant mall. The least favorite airport of mine, without a doubt, is Westchester County because it's so small. The second least is driving into JFK in New York City. I can't stand it. Oh, I cannot say. Take me to Newark any day. That's where I fly out of, Newark. I park off site and I go to Newark. That's where I fly out of. There used to be the airport here used to have airlines, but they're gone. I showed that video clip. I'll never, ever, ever forget flying from Phoenix to Roswell at 11:30 at night, getting there at 1 a.m. because it was like 90-minute flight with American Airlines, which this does not exist anymore. They shut that route down. Now you got to go to Fort Worth to go into Roswell. No more Phoenix. That's gone. And now you got to go to Fort Worth to get into Roswell, which I've done now. And I had just come from Charlotte. It was a crazy connection flight. No, wrong. That one was Newark. I fly, so it's hard to remember which flight is what. I had flown from Newark to Phoenix. I had 45 minutes to get to the next gate once we landed. You know, once you land, you still have to wait. You know, and then they get everything open, then you on board. Okay, so now I'm scrambling because the gate is on the other side of the airport. I'm like, oh, and you know, you got to get on board. You know, I'm like, oh, I'm actually running, pulling my suitcase behind me. Because you know how they have those moving escalators in a lot of airports? That was going even too slow for me. I was booking. So I get on the plane. There's only 10 or 12 of us on this plane. And this is not a big plane, but it could fit about 150 people. It wasn't like a massive, but it was a smaller plane, American airline plane. And I'm like, I walk in, and like, where's the lights? I thought, you know, I never experienced this before in my life. You know, usually you have all the cabin lights on. There's no lights. I'm like, okay, maybe this is temporary. And it was the whole flight. We were flying in the dark. It's the most unbelievable, surreal, weird thing. The only lights that were on were the overhead little lights that you put on. And then there was a light at the very front near the cockpit where the stewardess was. The rest of the plane was completely dark. And I was hanging out. That's when I knew him because he's been on a lot of shows. Daryl Sims, they call him the Alien Hunter. He's from Texas. He's former law enforcement. He looks like a cowboy. He is the coolest person. He's a talker, and he's just the coolest person to chill and talk with and hang out with. I really, really, really liked hanging out with him. We became friends instantly. It was like we talked, and it was like I loved talking to him. And we were like, isn't this freaky? Like, I didn't say freaky. Isn't this wild? What's going on right now? We're flying in the dark. And he was sitting on the other side, a little bit to the back. But they didn't complain. Now, I moved once. I could have moved during the whole flight and sat with whoever I wanted to because there was nobody hardly on the plane. And the stewardesses were not caring about this at this moment. It was just, and the moonlight is coming through it was just weird, and nobody believed us. No, we just flew from Roswell today. We didn't have to go through that. Oh, yes, we did. Oh, yes, we did. There was no lights in the plane. I've never experienced that before in my life, ever. And I think I'll never will. Never, ever will. Never. So that was an experience. And of all places, landing in Roswell. I mean, you couldn't make this up. We're flying into Roswell, New Mexico to go to a UFO conference and we're flying in the dark. The moon is coming in. This is like the perfect time that some weird thing is going to happen now, because this is just too weird right now. So I wouldn't be surprised if something else happens that's going to add to this weird night. Because that's how the conversation was going throughout the plane. Because a lot of people that were on that plane were heading to Roswell to participate at the event. And then there was one family behind us in the back of the plane. That was it. Everybody else was going to Roswell. And when you get to Roswell, you have to exit on the tarmac. It doesn't connect. It's very small. And then they give you your luggage right there. They unpack it and they give you your luggage right there on the tarmac. And then you got to go in and leave through the building. And it is a bizarre experience. And if you've never gone to Roswell to land, it has all these planes. It's like a plane graveyard. And it's wild. Have you ever seen that? If you ever land in Roswell. Mark told me about it. I didn't know what the heck he was talking about until I landed there and I seen it for myself. Now, I landed at night that night, but I've been to there a few times. And even when you're taking off during the day, you see them all. I was like, wow, there's so many. And they're just all over the place around the runway. I don't know if Google Earth would show that. It is bizarre. I even remember when I was leaving, I seen the Arizona Cardinals football team playing there. I was like, look, there's the Cardinals playing. Where is Google Earth? Oh my gosh. Oh, it's down here. Come on. It's taking me so long. Okay. Roswell Airport. I mean, is that it? I'll search. It might show it. Oh yeah, that's it. That's definitely it. Oh my gosh, it's like a flashback. So this is obviously the airport. And actually the Arizona team plane was right here somewhere. I remember we're going down the runway, but it's there. It was there when I was there. But I don't know if this is going to show all the planes. You see all these planes? Look at this. They're just there. They're just there. Look at this. It's like, what the heck is all this? And they don't move. They're just there. It's bizarre. Especially here. It's like they're just there. Isn't that weird? It's like a parking. Look at this. This is what you fly into and out of. It's like there's planes just there. Isn't that weird? It is kind of weird when you're flying in and out of there to see all that. Because I'd never seen anything like that before. It's kind of weird. And like I said, you fly in, they bring you to, where's the building? I can't even find the terminal. There's the terminal. This is the building. And they unload you over here. And you got to go into the building. This is it right here. This is where you're going in. That's it. There's not much there in Roswell. There's not. It's like the weirdest experience taking off and coming through here. I can't even find the parking lot where they pick you up. It's over here. This is it. This is where they bring you. Right here. This is where you get off. And they unpack you. Just like that. Look, it's happening right here. This is what they do. They take you here, and then you go in through here. It's the most weirdest thing. And then the people drop you off here. You go into the TSA. The waiting area is here. And then you exit out of here to board your plane. It is a weird experience. Roswell. It's a trip. But it's not far from the city of Roswell. At all. Which is here. Main Street. This is Main Street. Right there. It should be Main Street. Where's... Trying to figure out where we stayed. The museum should be here. There it is. There's the UFO museum right here. Let's go down there. We got a private tour of this place by Don Schmidt, who's very nice. There's the UFO museum in Roswell. And we got a private tour. And I've got pictures with him. He signed the books. It was pretty cool. It is pretty cool in there. It is pretty cool. And they have an archives on this side with a lot of documents. It's incredible, actually. And then the convention center. They had bad floods here last year or the year before. Very bad. The damage was significantly bad, which is what I talked to Toby about today on the show a little bit. And the convention center should be here. There's Home Depot. It's not that far. Where is... I've got to look because we stayed at the Holiday Inn one year. And I'm trying to get my bearings. I should just look up the hangout spot. I don't think it's that far. Let me look at the hangout spot. Applebee's. Applebee's. Okay. I wasn't too far off. So there's a Holiday Inn behind it, right here. So here's Applebee's. One year we stayed here at the Holiday Inn. No, here's the Holiday Inn right here. And we would walk to Applebee's and hang out all night. With everybody else. Travis Walton is there. We're all hanging out at Applebee's. It was the only thing that stayed open late. It was Applebee's. Applebee's was the spot. As crazy as it sounds, it was Applebee's. But then it wasn't too far from the convention center, which I think is... Okay, so it's not even built. This is an old photo. This is old. Wow. Wow. It's not even here. Google, you need to update your stuff. Oh, I'm wrong. Roswell. I need to get down there. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. That's the convention center. This suffered major damage. There was 5 feet of water inside. They had to evacuate people on the roof during the flood. This sustained, and this might be pictures of them repairing it now. This sustained a lot of damage. A lot. You can see this probably is a updated image of how they're trying to fix it. It was horrible. He sent me photos too. I was like, wow. Toby, when it was going down. Okay, that's Applebee's. I want to go back there. Where is it? I just had it. Where the heck did it go? Did I get off that bad? Okay, let me go back to Applebee's. Yeah, I went too far north. There it is. So, the cool thing about Roswell, because it's the convention center, they had vendors all up in here, a lot of vendors. But then there were nighttime concerts going here. There was bands here. They did the drone show from here. This is where they launched the drones from, right here, this field. This is where they did the drone. And there were bands playing in here. It was so cool. It was so cool. When I was there twice in 2023, I mean, it is so awesome. I really, really enjoyed it. Roswell. But then we were told, stay in town and don't go this way. Don't go west. Or was it west or east? Stay away from those areas. We were told, don't go in there. They don't like outsiders. I was like, whoa, that's a little heavy. That's what we were told. Don't go there. It's bizarre. But yeah, we had a lot of fun in Roswell. What's up, Kira? I see you in there. In TikTok. I don't know. And there was a big thing with the chicken. I had the last piece of chicken. It's a long story, and everybody was coming up to me. You're the guy that had the last piece of chicken, wasn't it? And it was a big joke. Because they had a VIP thing going on, and either the people that were involved with the event, you know, they gave us food. And I took the last piece of chicken out of the tray. And everybody wanted chicken. And I was the one that had the last piece. And it was chicken breast. Because that's all I eat. And it was like the inside joke at Roswell. I was surprised. Like, I was doing an interview. I don't think I had that clip. I was doing an interview with Mark D'Antonio. With Marianne Robb, I think it was. Mark D'Antonio's throwing stuff at me while I'm doing the interview to mess with me with Marianne. It was just crazy. It was a lot of fun. We had a lot of fun. We definitely had a lot of fun. And now, I was told today that the likelihood is I'm going to have to pick up Nick Pope at the airport for Pine Bush. and I'm not gonna say what airport, but it's. I hope it's the airport that he told me, because that would make my life so much easier. It's so much closer and an easy drive, and easy to pick people up. It's an hour drive compared to 2 hours, nothing. And it's all highway, literally. And it's up here where there's no traffic. And I hope that he picks that one. And I hope he doesn't take Newark. I hope he goes to Westchester County. Oh my God, please come to Westchester County Airport. White Plains. It's so much easier for me. So yeah, I gotta go pick up Nick Pope at the airport, which I know Nick. And Nick knows me because I interviewed him. In person. Do you guys know who Nick Pope is? MOD? He's very famous in the circle of ufology. And you know, like anything else, people do their own speculation. I personally thought Nick was an awesome person in meeting him and talking to him. I thought he was awesome. What's up, Fantasy? Long time no see. And that's all I can go by, is by when I meet somebody and talk to them and get, you know, that's awesome. So I know that I'll have fun with him driving. Oh man, we had nice weather last week. Now it's freezing again. It's gonna be cold all week. 40s, low 50s all week. I'm just glad I got the bike completely set up for this camera now. I put the new tires on it. I took care of the brakes. I did all the maintenance on the bike. I am ready. And I did that 360 video, which came out awesome because I even tested it on my VR today during a live stream, and it works and it looks good. I'm ready. But now I gotta wait for the weather. So, a lot of things. Where is it? I was showing it earlier. I love using this as a source to play back videos. Rumble. I would never play back the Tube's playback. Oh, it's just brutal. There was something that happened today during a stream that scared the hell out of me. It was one of those moments. It happened today. Earlier today. Well, yesterday now. Oh my gosh, it's 1 o'clock already. It's right here. It's a lot. And that's why I'm always busy. Just trying to keep all this together. It's a lot. I have to stay ahead of stuff. Like this morning I was working for a few hours just getting ahead of stuff for the week. Otherwise I'd be in trouble. And I still got more stuff to do later for the week to prepare. Like I told Pavel when he was on, Pavel, I got your show set up for the next 3 weeks. If I don't do things like that, I'm in trouble. I can never, if I stay like up to current, I'd be going nuts preparing. Oh, now that was scary as you know what. I jumped. 2 things just fell off that chair over there. I told Pavel when he was on,
That
Pavel, I
scared
got your
the hell out
show
of
set
me.
up for the next 3 weeks. If I don't do things like that, I'm in trouble. I can never, if I stay like up to current, I'd be going nuts preparing. was scary as you know what.
So anyway, yeah, that was earlier.
Two things just
Yeah, well,
fell
like
off
yesterday.
that chair over there.
Hold on. Okay, here it is.
Did excellent. I'm not happy with the quality that it's putting through here because it looks way better than this. It's saying that it's kind of BS.
So my video works.
Oh, it's working though. See, the one thing about my videos, you'll see everything. Not like when you turn around, you see the person. You should, with mine, you just see all scenery. I'm down here. So at least you get to see like pretty much everything that's going on. I stopped at the bridge Friday.
It works great.
Yeah, I stopped here to have Gatorade. Whoa! When I tilted the bike, I got a little dizzy just from that. So I could say it's successful.
Yeah, it came out good.
It's definitely worked. Look how beautiful the mountains are over there. You could hear the birds, the pigeons. They're around. There's one.
Huh.
They're up there. It's pretty good. Let me see if I can.
So yeah, that worked out pretty well with the VR. I must say, it's all working now. It's just that the weather is no good. I can't do anything.
I can't wait to do New York City over now. That's going to be the next big deal. Doing that whole New York City trip again. A mole. What the heck is going on? But I spent a lot of time getting that rig set up. A lot of time. But it's done. Oh my gosh. But it's cool. Like I said, now I got to do all these trails in 360. He's doing a 7-mile hike tomorrow. I'll be sitting in this chair a lot tomorrow working. Oh my God. But if the moon wasn't out, that would look really awesome. But it's washing everything away tonight. It's going to be like freezing all week.
Seven days. Monday, 43 degrees Fahrenheit and rainy weather.
43
Tuesday,
and rain.
41 degrees and intermittent clouds.
41.
Wednesday, 47 degrees and intermittent clouds. Thursday, 48 degrees and cloudy skies. Friday, 55 degrees and rainy weather.
Whoopie-doo.
Saturday, 54 degrees and rainy weather. Sunday, 57 degrees and overcast weather.
That is horrible weather. It's gonna be a brutal week of weather. Oh my gosh, that's horrid. In the 40s all week. Yeah, 55 with rain. 54. I'm not doing no bike riding in that. That's toast. Done. A wasted week. And like this has happened other years where it's like this kind of weather and then by the end of April it's 70. It's like a switch goes on and it's all of a sudden it's warm. But now this weather, I'm glad I put that gazebo up in the backyard. I'm glad I started doing things because now I'm going to be rushing to get the pool open, all that stuff. It's going to be like, oh my gosh, it's all going to happen at once. And I ordered my sand. It's coming Wednesday. It's not sand, it's Zeo sand. It's not actually sand. So I got a lot of things to work on this week. I gotta start getting ready for... Time's gonna fly. Before I know it, May's gonna be here. And I got people coming for Memorial Day weekend. And then I got the next following weekend is Pine Bush. So everything's gonna happen fast. So I gotta get ready for that. So that's gonna be busy. Anyway, have fun fantasy tomorrow. I know you will. And I know about those flowers too. I know we're already 6 days into April, but over here it feels like we're still in winter. It's pathetic. Like my mind says, let's go. And I still got to do some touch-up painting and cleaning the property, getting all the spring stuff out. I have to cut some tree. Well, I had cut them, but this is such a... what's the word? It's amazing how this willow... It's supposed to be a tree that only grows to like 40 feet. It's in the willow family. And I had cut them all down to like 3 feet. It just thrives anyway. It's very resilient. And now it's growing branches out of the sides of the bark underneath that I had cut. And now the thing is like 15 feet high. So now I got to shave all that off. And a chainsaw doesn't necessarily work with smaller branches. So I might have to use the skill saw. I'm going to have to... I might try to just use a chainsaw and go... and cut all that stuff off. But the likelihood is... it's not going to happen. It's a lot harder. So I got to get that done because if that gets too big, then I have a problem. And if I don't do it, as the sun is coming down and setting, I'm going to lose that sunlight coming into the pool at the angle. And I definitely don't want that. I want that sun on that pool all the time. Because that's the only place now that can interfere with the pool. So I got to do that. That's going to be a big job by myself. So I'm not looking forward to that. So there's things to do out there on the property. There are 3 places where animals broke my fence. I don't know if it was a deer or a bear. It wasn't a small. This was like they pushed and broke the fencing in 3 spots. Actually, it's 2 gates and 1 fence spot. So they actually knew where the opening was, the gate, and they pushed through it twice. And the other one is actual fencing where it met the other side and they pushed through it. 2 are going outward, that they were trapped in the property. one is coming inward. So that's another thing I gotta fix. Because if I don't fix it, if Tycho gets loose, he's getting out. That's his way to get out of the property. Cannot have that. So that must be repaired. Which I built all this fencing, so. But I'm gonna have to repair it, right? Like rebuild. They did damage, I have to rebuild it. Which isn't that difficult. But it still work. So I've got my work cut outside. No, I don't have a wood chipper. I have a lot of mulchy stuff that I do from the lawn out there. But no. The trees, all the main trees are gone off the property. This is going to be more like branches. I wish I had a wood chipper just to get rid of it all. But there, I put a pile of all these branches off-site the property. And eventually, over time, it just withers away. It does. It takes time. A lot of time, but it does. Like I said, off-site on the property, I piled them all in a corner. And it takes a long time, but eventually they will dry out and they'll start to pretty much almost disintegrate. Over time, but I'm talking a lot of time. It's not like 1 year. A lot. I've been here 20 years now. So I know. And it's funny because you'll see it settle and you'll see it slowly go down as it dries out. Dry rots. And it's just, but the bad thing about that is, what can that bring to the property? Think about it. I don't have that problem though, thank God. Termites. That's what you got. That's why it's off-site. I do that away from the property. You gotta be careful with that. Also, ticks, and there's so many reasons you got to put that as far away as possible from the property. Spiders, wood spiders, thrive in those piles. You do not want to be messing with those piles. I definitely don't want to be messing with those piles. So there's a lot of reasons not to go near it. And I cut them down to size. I make a nice pile. It's not like a mess. And like I said, I use the skill saw. It's like butter. Cuts right through them. They're not big branches. They're thin. But there's a lot of them. I'll take a picture tomorrow, maybe, well, this week, in daylight to show you what I'm talking about here. It's not going to be fun. I could tell you, actually, yeah, it's not going to be fun. But it's got to get done. I don't think the camera would show it. Not the Ring doorbell won't pick it up. And then I'm going to sleep. Because I'm tired. I got a lot of work tomorrow. Let me see if this will pick it up. You'll see. The blink might pick it up in the nighttime, even with the night. Let's go to blink. Let's go to BlueStacks. And you don't want the pile to be too big, but I got a lot of property to spread it. I don't have to put it in one spot. I could spread it out and not have it so high. And like I said, it's off-site. You don't even know that pile is there. You won't see it in the wooded area. You won't even know where it is if you came here. It's not visible. Actually, I have to activate my blinks for the nighttime. I always keep my house monitored. We're going to arm it right now. It's armed now. I forgot to put the batteries in that one shed one. House system is armed. Pool. This one should show it. It's going to be off to the left. There they are. Trying to make a big screen. Those right here. See the fence? This is where he busted it. Right here. Gotta fix that. This right here has to come down. All this. Gotta go. All that. And they're not thick. They're thin. But it's still a problem. And I gotta cut them down to smaller sizes. So it's a lot of work. There's a lot of work here to get rid of that. That's a lot of work. Do not be fooled. But yeah, the animals try to make their way onto the property. If it wasn't so late, I'd change the battery right now, but I'm not going through that. I forgot to do it today. Let's check a look at the driveway. How dark. It's gonna be super dark. I have the lights are engaged. I forgot what they call those type of lights. The spotlights. There's a name for them. It might be raining. It looks like it is raining. So that's the driveway, looking toward the road. It's dark out there. It's dark out there. So yeah. I definitely got my work cut out. But I take my time. Floodlights, yes, floodlights. Thank you. Floodlights. They all have floodlights. Like I have 8 of them. And 3 Ring doorbells. The 3 rings are on all the doors. The floodlight is one in this corner, one over here on the side of the house, one in the corner where we seen the pool, one in the back looking at the backyard, another one on the shed looking this way, one on the side of the house covering the property that way. There's a garage one that looks over the garage. There's the driveway one. There's 8 of them. And then I have 3. So there's 11 cameras monitoring the property right now. I just armed them. It's a lot of cameras. It's a lot of cameras. But it's good. So, and the thing is too, if I go outside, and it's happened because Michael, he's not here right now. But I'll never forget that one time I was doing a sky watch and we heard through the audio microphone outside a growl, and then we heard the howling, and there was coyotes right outside, a pack. And God forbid I was out there walking Tycho. So sometimes these things pay off to have the cameras, because you never know what's outside. It's good to see what's outside before you go outside. Uh-oh. Yes. What? Say what? I will. Hold on. Come here, let me. Alexa, turn on the living room light.
Okay.
I'm going to sleep soon because I got a heavy day tomorrow.
You better. You don't rest.
I don't.
No mucho because remember que tengo una.
Caracas, my baby.
Just look what you're doing, Billy, please.
I know, but he's getting in the
You're
middle.
gonna hurt
Do you
me.
see what he's doing? He jumped right in the middle. He doesn't want me touching you. He just pushed my hand away from you. Nanini's cabritas in the baby.
Come on!
Is he back? Is he
Look what
back?
you're doing, que tengo el lunar este ahí también.
I'm not going there. Esse cavaca, esse cavaca, esse cavaca, esse dados, esse cavaca, esse
Everything is closed.
yes.
The wood and the thing, everything. I love what
Esse cavaca.
allá lo tiene.
Everything's locked. Stop it.
No.
Esse veio, esse cavaca. Esse vento. Esse vento. Esse vento. The vento. It's a crazy house. Alexa, shut off living room light. Oh,
Okay.
man. You can't make it up. You can't. Anyway, I totally forgot what I was talking about. I was probably better off. So it is 1:30. Like I always say, the people out west like Nick, Amol, Fantasy, Bob, even Rat, you people can't complain because it's still early over there. Over here, it's 1:30 in the morning. So I don't want to hear it. Oh, you're leaving? So early? Oh, maybe it's early for you, but it's not early for me. What is it, 10:30 over there? I mean, really? I'm waiting for a stupid remark from a mole. Oh my gosh. I hear you. I hear you, Fantasy, but wait a minute. So I thought you were doing, is that after work tomorrow? That you're doing the walk, 7-mile walk for the wildflowers or whatever it was? It's after work? You should go to bed, dude. I know I'm going to bed. And hello to Robin on TikTok. I'm about to go to bed myself. Man, I'm telling you, I was watching a movie today. I had to shut it off. It was making me, I couldn't handle it. I just couldn't handle it. It was disturbing. Actually, thank gosh I fell asleep to it. Glacial, what you doing? Another one. Alaska, 5 hours. No, 4 hours. What time is it over there? 9:30? Are you kidding me? It's early over there. It's late here. It's 1:30. I'm going to bed. I got a heavy work day tomorrow. Pre-records, live shows. Work that I have to do to set up the station like immediately as soon as I wake up. Crazy. Oh, you're off tomorrow. Good for you. Like right now, I better download work for tomorrow. I'm just to get the download done. Oh, and I gotta set up the other one. This show airs Friday. I'm just gonna download it and get it ready. And then Toby and I did our show today. That has to air tomorrow. Talking UAPs. I nearly forgot to send you these. Believe me, I understand, Ellie. Okay, it's downloading. So, Did you watch the vid on TikTok? No, I've been so busy today. I saw the message. What's the video? What is it about? Talk to me before I go to bed. Why don't I just look on TikTok? I run a big paranormal alternative talk internet station. Wintry weather mix to start in the next few hours. You gotta be kidding me. Okay. I'm just checking messages. Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, I was gonna check. So like for example, I do a show with another gentleman that airs tomorrow night. But it's UFO related. And I got really passionate about my opinion about these hearings and everything that's going on. I mean, it's to the point that gasket is going to blow soon. And I'm not afraid to speak my mind and talk about it like that. Like, here's an example.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Another happy Monday, Bill.
I was hoping you weren't going to say because I was going to. So what's new in New Mexico? Anything going on new over there in Roswell?
We had snow on Saturday, which is very, very strange. I don't think I have to tell you with
Yeah.
that committee Tic Tac that they got to show up multiple times. And they also said that they have footage of a jellyfish type entity, which you remember the jellyfish kind of became a hot topic I think it was last year when that footage over Middle Eastern country was shown of it floating by.
Mm-hmm. That
Sorry,
some believe it was a balloon.
Yeah. Mark D'Antonio, we had him on the show actually, I think, right afterwards, and he said it looked like a group of balloons stuck together. But from what I saw, and I just saw clips of this Jake Barber guy talking, and he said they have what they call some dog whistle that they can use, and it 100% of the time gets these things to show up broad daylight. So we'll see what they release, and I mean, honestly, I hope it's something interesting. I just want to know how we got from the point of them being able to summon egg-shaped craft, and have them land. I don't know why why they didn't get that on video. Instead, we're getting whatever this is. So, yeah, I'm all for seeing their evidence. Hopefully it's something good, because if it is, that helps the topic.
All right. Again, this revolves back to the whole thing that's going on. And Pavel told me that now, I guess Representative Luna said that there could be a UAP hearing by the end of summer. That's what Pavel told me. I don't know if that's accurate or not. End of summer. That's a few months away, Toby.
Yeah, I believe I read Saturday she put out a statement where the announcement should be coming soon. it'll be interesting to see now that they have David Grush working with
Yeah.
that committee, who they choose to have come and testify.
But they're all going into the skiff. Lou Elizondo. I mean, there's a few names listed on that. That's is allegedly going to enter a skiff with Luna.
Yeah, they were there, I believe, a week or two ago. Christopher
go.
Mellon, Lou Elizondo posted a picture of them with Luna, Burchett, and I believe Burleson. Here's the thing, though: they can go in a skiff all they want and talk. That doesn't mean we're going to hear anything that they talk about in there.
It has to be declassified.
Right. So the public hearing will be interesting in what are they going to do? Are they going to bring witnesses forward? Because it looked like the JFK one they did was just a complete shit show.
All right, hold on. This is what drives me insane. I don't care if you have 300 whistleblowers sitting on the table. I don't care where they're from, what clearance they had, what levels they had, what positions they had. We can hear these different accounts till we're all blue. It's not going to change anything to the general public unless there's some documents associated to it, some images maybe, which don't hold your breath. Video, forget about it. I mean, if they are, we see the videos that have been released in the past and are very questionable to begin with. So I think the public is at a point where they all say, oh, this is building up better for disclosure. Oh, yeah, it's great. It's great to hear these stories, but they're only stories. And you're taking their word as credible individuals that they're assumed to be, which they are, many of them. But the point is, the public is tired of seeing a bunch of people talking. It's like watching a show. They're not revealing anything. They're just talking. It could be anybody. Just talking a story without evidence, without anything to back up what they're saying. You think the public cares? And even, Toby, even if they came out with a few documents, people are going to say, question those documents. So even if you even get to that point, a lot of people are going to say, oh, that's probably fake. They're doing this on purpose. They're releasing this. How do we know that document is real? All that. But how do you think and feel about this? It's so frustrating.
I agree with you, and I think also right now with the way the news cycle's going, and I'm not getting political here at all, but there's a lot happening in the world right now that's drawing people's attention elsewhere. Yeah. So I kind of have to agree with you. If they just bring people in to testify, that give their testimony, that's great. But again, it's just testimony at the end of the day. Exactly. We need documents. We need scientific evidence. We need, and I'll say it again. The thing that drives me crazy is most of the people in this field don't trust our government, yet they think the government's going to give them disclosure. I don't understand that.
That's how twist of irony that is.
Yeah, because if they're always lying to you, then you think they're going to give you the truth this one time.
How do you know they're not giving you misinformation to run with?
Right. So,
and that's what the public's going to think too.
Yeah, and speaking of evidence, I was just browsing for a post here. Ryan Graves recently gave a talk to the Yale UFO Society, I believe it was.
I can't air this whole freaking episode that airs tomorrow here, but I go off on a rant on this. I mean, it got me started. I couldn't stop. I was like, oh, this. It irks me. It really irks me. Like you cannot imagine how this bothers me. All right, go to sleep, fantasy. Have a great one and have a great time tomorrow. What's the thing, Glacial? What is it? Later, rat. Have a great night. I don't know if I didn't see, unfortunately. What is it, Glacial? Tell me. Did that file download? Yes, it did. I'll do that in the morning. I got a lot of stuff to do in the morning. What do you want me to look up? I've been telling people to pay attention to Mount Spur too. I'm sure you can look up. Let me see. But I remember, this is just a show I'm a part of. I'm in charge of the programming on the network. This is just a show I happen to be a part of. But there are so many shows on the network that I have to make sure everything runs smoothly. It's a big responsibility. But I love doing that show with Toby because I love the subject. I love the topic. Oh, it's called. Is this Tech Podcast Network? Is that what I'm looking at? Twit? Well, this is, if that's what this is a little different. This is more like if I was breaking down equipment, techie stuff, geeky stuff, which I am really good at that too. Because if you saw this setup, you'd be like, oh my gosh. And I built my computer. I'd say all this is engineered by me. So I can definitely, I'm interested in some of this stuff. I'm just looking at it briefly. I'm just looking at some of the past episodes. Remember, what I do on that program is all UFO, UAP mostly related. This is a different area of content. Oh yeah, that's a very, how would I say it? It depends on if they're using Zoom or StreamYard. It's pretty much a standard look, appearance for podcasters. For sure. Based on the platform they're using to do it on. For sure. But there's a lot out there. There's so many. So many. But it's I love it. It's fun to me. It is. I enjoy it. I enjoy doing what I do. On top of everything else I do. Like I was showing earlier. And then I'm going to bed because I got a lot of work tomorrow. Oh my gosh, it's almost 2 a.m. Like, it took me a lot of engineering and creativity. And believe me, you have to have that in order to pull like something like this off. And you have to know what you're doing, really. And a lot of people might mock it, but for them to do it, they couldn't do it. Come on. They look like us, but they're not, kind of a deal. Oh, V would be incredible right now. But they blew it. This was earlier today. To get to a theater. Vest. So I was this is the way to do it. I was casting with the Quest 3. If you want to stream your VR games or whatever you do, this is the best way to do it. I was testing my own 360 video to see how it looked. Second. This is why. See? This is my bike ride video. So I was seeing if it worked. Because I have a rig that nobody has. No way. Did it refresh? it's working. Oh my God, I got dizzy. I did. Turning around too quick. See, I'm looking to the side. Cool. I did excellent. I'm not happy with the quality that it's putting through here because it looks way better than this. It's saying that it's kind of BS. So this is an example of a 360 that I'm going to be making a lot more of these. It's pretty cool. Oh, it's working though. See, the one thing about my videos, you'll see everything. Not like when you turn around. I don't understand the question. You see the person. So is that your living? This is my living room, yeah. You just see all scenery. I'm down here. So at least you get to see like pretty much everything that's going on. Look how cool this is. I stopped at the bridge Friday. But anyway, this is the 360. So this is geek stuff. This is no doubt geeky stuff. Stopped here to have Gatorade. But then tonight, this happened. What they do there, just turn on the living room light. Hold on. To prepare. Turn on the living room light. Just fell off that chair. I told Pavel when he was on, Pavel, I got your show set up for the next 3 weeks. If I don't do things like that, I'm in trouble. I can never check what happens. If I stay like up to current, I'd be going nuts preparing. Oh, now that was scary as you know what. Two things should never. If I stay like up to current, I'd be going nuts preparing. Oh, now that was scary as you know what. Two things just fell off that chair over there. I can show you on the camera. I was freaking out when that happened. 2 bottles of spray just fell off right there, just now. Alexa, turn on living room light. Alexa,
Okay.
Alexa, brighten living room light 50%.
Okay.
Did you hear that? Did anybody just hear what just happened? I'm looking at the 2 bottles on the floor. 2 Clorox bleach sprays just fell off. Just like that. And I'm not gonna miss. I'm gonna put the camera. I'm taking the camera off. I hate doing this because it messes my camera up. The 2 bottles are on the floor right there. Let me see if I can make this bigger. 2 bottles. They're 2, right not there. 1. 2 just fell off the shelf. Right there. Those 2. Them? Right there. These 2 fell off. I was like, what? That is what? Freaky. It caught my attention. I was like, what? What just happened? The dog wasn't in the room. Mom wasn't in the room. Nobody was in the room. I ain't saying. I'm just saying. That caught me a little bit. I was like, what? That was weird. Oh. Running the station is. That is. For sure. No doubt. So, it's a lot of responsibility. There's over 30 live shows. Then there's syndicated shows, pre-recorded shows. I got a pre-recorded show I got to do in the morning. I have to upload that show that you were just watching onto a platform to air tomorrow night. I've got 3 live shows tomorrow night. I've got a pre-record tomorrow afternoon. I'm constantly busy. Constantly. I'm waiting for a file that airs on Tuesday from another host who had the show tonight, as a matter of fact. And Wednesday there's like a ton of live shows, starting from 2 o'clock to 1 in the morning. Constant. I have another pre-record to do Tuesday night, on top of the live shows that are on Tuesday. And that's a pre-record, so I have to set that up for Wednesday. And then hosts send me video clips to play for their shows. I have to edit those. I am constantly working. And I wouldn't show you what I do for editing videos and putting them together to make the final product. We're using Premiere Pro, but there's a lot of stuff I have to do. Like today, I just made a new set of ad sets for breaks for shows. So I'm like constantly busy. It's a lot. That's why I can't go on vacation. I can't do anything. I have to be here. Because if I miss a few days, I have to catch up. And it's not easy to catch up. At all. So, it's a lot. It's a lot of responsibility. But I enjoy it. It's something I love to do. And heck yeah. And then, you know, with the job comes the territory of meeting a lot of people and engaging with them. That's like, it's the weirdest thing. When I became interested in UFOs and stuff, because I have documented cases from one in 1995, it's listed on a site of a triangle boomerang I seen on June 10th, 1995 on the New Fork site. This is before the Phoenix Lights. My case is documented in 95 of what I seen. Some people, like they say they see stuff, and some people make it up just to feel like they're part of it. No, before it was even popular to talk about this stuff, I had made a report in 95. And way before this window 95 time. It's not like you're going to do a podcast and talk about it. Then I had another incident in 1999. Then I filmed something over this house, which I don't know what it was, in 2014. I've had a lot of weird experiences. So I love this. And then to meet the people, like I used to listen to Art Bell, Coast to Coast, and George Norrie when he would do the fill-in segments, even John B. Wells. It's the weirdest thing because a lot of people that I seen on TV, like I was interested in UFOs and hear about all these stories and those people that were on TV and you would see them. Now I know them. Do you know what it's like to see Fire in the Sky with Travis Walton, the movie, and see that movie and say, wow, this is interesting. Now he's a friend of mine. He slept over my home. He calls me his assistant. He's the most wonderful person. He is an incredible human being when you get to know him. And it's like, wow. I had a moment with him and I got emotional. He doesn't even know this. I was driving him to the airport. And we had a personal conversation about private things. On a personal level. And I was driving him to the airport, and he fell asleep in the passenger seat next to me. And here I am driving him to the airport. And I looked at him, and he could be my grandfather. And I'm like, I'm almost emotional now talking about it. This man travels all over the world, and he probably hardly rests. And I gave him a talk on that. He knows this. If he ever sees this, he knows. To rest, enjoy the family time, and he is a family person. He's got a big family. And to see him in peace, resting, I was happy. But I felt for him, because he probably doesn't get much rest at all. He's always on the move. And to see him resting in my car, in the safety of my driving, like I'm driving, his life is in my hands. And he feels he could fall asleep like that. And I'm like, this is a very powerful moment that the man next to me, who I 100% definitely believe in his story about what he experienced. No doubt in my mind. This man next to me could have been engaged with extraterrestrials. The man's sitting right next to me in my car sleeping. And I swear to you, I believe Travis 100%. And it's such a powerful thing when you think about things like that. It's like I said, he could be my grandfather. And I love him to death as a human being, because he is a great person. When you get to know him and he opens up with you and you have conversations with him, it's not just regular talk. I mean, we were heavy with each other talking about stuff. That's private between him and I. Like, for example, there was a conversation between Travis, Kathleen Martin, and myself in the car as we were driving her to the airport that was on a personal level. And I cherish that, because we're just being ourselves and we're having a conversation, a true conversation about whatever we're talking about. And my gosh, I'm like humbled, blessed, and there's so many emotions going on at that moment. It's like, I can't believe I'm sitting in a car driving Kathleen Martin and Travis Walton to an airport. The people that I used to see and hear about, and Betty and Barney Hill, Travis, and this goes, I'm just using them two as an example right now. But there's so many others. And it's powerful if you look at it truly from a human perspective and not fake and not pretending, or you're being yourself. You're naturally engaging. You're not being a fake, because there's a lot of fake people out there. Because a lot of people think by associating with them, that puts you on a certain plateau, just being in the company of them. That's not the way it works for me. They're my friends. I love them to death. I respect them to death. And I'd rather be behind the scenes and quiet about things than, it's not about me, it's about them. Some people want to make it more about themselves. If that makes any sense. What's going on in here? What are you saying? There's a big bug behind me. Remember, I can see on the camera too. You tried to pull a fast one on me a few days ago. And let me ask you this question. I see on your TikTok, You got a lot of basketball stuff. Is that what you're into, the basketball? I like I used to be into basketball when it was Patrick Ewing with the Knicks, the Rockets, the Bulls. That time. I used to watch it a lot. John Starks, Charles Barkley. So much rivalry going on at that time. Pippen. There was so much. Isaiah. I didn't see the Thailand videos. I have not seen them. I'm gonna look before I go to bed. I'll check them out. But it's like the Knicks are playing decent right now. As good as they're playing, they have no shot against the Cavaliers or the Celtics. I mean, oh my gosh. But I give them credit because they have rebuilt the team. Oh, my volume's low again. I'm going to sleep. It's after 2. I just want to see what he's saying about his TikTok. I'm getting so tired I can barely see. I'm yawning a lot too. What the hell did I do with TikTok? Oh, they want me to take a survey. They're asking me which platforms do I stream to. You don't have enough choices for me. Oh, I'm not taking the survey right now.
You couldn't handle me,
Oh, stop it.
even if I came
All right, where are you?
with instruction.
There you are. Which one are the Thailand? The 389 one are like, I see one with food. Which one is Glacier? Which is the Thailand ones? What's up, CJ, in TikTok? I'm looking at your TikTok right now. Which ones you want me to see? I can't. I would have to lower the audio because I'll get slammed on YouTube. You sent them to me? I got it.
I'm literally just chasing my dream, bro. I'm just doing what I love every day. Like, I don't bother with nobody. You don't know me. You don't know where I done been. What I done been through. The shit I had to do to give. You mad at me? All I'm trying to do is take care of my family and live my dream. I'm literally just chasing my dream, bro.
I could put a beat to that like this. And you know what? That's the only beef I would eat. Because I don't eat fat, anything with fat. I could definitely enjoy that. I have to be very careful with the audio because I can get hit. I mean, oh, I'm looking at the photos. Beautiful. Yeah, that's beautiful. There's a lot of photos here. So that's all Thailand? I'm just going to swap through the videos. The photos. Red Lobster. You know what? I don't know. Is there a lot of pollution there? Smog? It looks like there is. Not really. There is a haze. Aren't you going back to Thailand soon? Don't go into specific details. Wherever this temple is beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. I mean, that is really beautiful. Oh, you're going to Japan this summer. Oh man, if I thought 4 hours was bad, now it's going to be like 12. There's going to be a major difference now when you're in Japan. Yeah, that's pretty cool, dude. It's a good night sticker. See, but if you're into that, because I'm into all music, I could put a beat to that so easy. It wouldn't be hard at all. Hold on a second. What's going on here? Whoa, what is this? Whoa, I don't know if that's true, but there's a heavy report coming out of the Middle East. I'm not going to read it though. So I don't know if it's accurate or not. But it's deep. Let me go back to your TikTok. Yeah, I saw that video was on your thing. I'm just going to look at the pictures. Remember, it's all in your portfolio on your... I could look at this later because I can't play the music associated. I am looking at it. Whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah, I'll check it. Yeah, but then you won't see the reaction. I'll do it when I'm chilling out in bed and relaxing, and because I need to go to sleep. Like I said, I got a lot of work as soon as I wake up in the morning. Have you ever spoke to know of any Japanese UFO content creators? Oh my God. That's a really good question. I don't think so. Of course I ever looked. Didn't you hear me say about the basketball before I went to your TikTok? Did you not catch that? I see you're into basketball. I do look at Flight Radar. I have it. I have the paid version. That is definite. That is, believe me, I keep an eye on that when certain things are going on. I think I got the gold version of that. I haven't logged in a while, but I think I paid by the year. Oh, you love it? I'm keeping an eye on it for other reasons. Like the movements that are going on in certain regions. Because you can tell if something based on the flights that are canceled in a certain flight path, something's up. Oh, why ain't I logged in? Oh my God, I don't remember now. Oh, here it is. It should automatically log me in. Log in. It's logging me in. Flight Radar, I think. Yeah, I got the gold version. I'm in. I was checking out my area because of all the drones. See, I got the gold version. I was looking at my area when all the drone stuff was going on to see. Because I'm up here. No, I'm actually over here. And it's crazy because some of my friends, when I'm doing a sky watch with the camera, Bill, you've got such and such coming in, and you would see the plane coming on the camera. It's freaky. It's amazing. This is where I did the bike ride the other day, up here to Kingston. So that's the flight radar. Right now, there is nothing in my area. Nothing. I'm right here. It's quiet. It's quiet here. There's not much going on. Where's he headed? Come on. Not available. Oh, there it goes. Wow. Yeah, so I definitely checked this out. Amazon Air. This one might be headed to Canada. Tokyo. It just left JFK. Wow. What? Wow. It did. It just left JFK. It's heading to freaking Tokyo. Wow. Yeah, I play with the filters, but I was using it. The last time I was using it, I was looking for drones. So yeah, I have Flight Radar. I use it. Because there was a lot of stuff going on up here at one point. What's this now? I was told. Well, actually, there are ghost researchers in Japan. There is I can't really get into it, but there's a certain forest you might want to look into. Grandizer. I can't talk about it because I'm on a platform that I can't get into the details. Look up Japanese ghost forest, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Glacier might know. Just look that up, and you'll see what I'm talking. I think it starts with an A. ATC? I don't think I've ever used ATC. Oh, yes, I have. Oh, it's sad because actually I'm glad you said that. I need to bookmark this. Oh, I definitely need to bookmark this. I'm glad you told me. I forgot about this. The audio. Oh, yes. It is super cool. It is. No doubt about it. I'm glad you told me about that again, and I just bookmarked it. Oh, they mentioned the forest? Remember, any podcast, they may not be aware of anyone. That doesn't mean that there isn't. To their knowledge, there may not be. But I can't because I'm on a certain platforms that might get me a copyright hit for that. If I wasn't on the tube, it'd be different, Glacial. But I can't do it now because, trust me, it's really strict. Really. And I already got one strike on me. But anyway, I need to go to bed, like now. Because I have a lot to do in the morning and I got to get to bed. By the time I fall asleep, it's like 3 o'clock in the morning now, as it is. So, tomorrow I'll be back by 10 Eastern at night. Because I got live shows tomorrow night. So by 10 Eastern tomorrow night, I should be back. Tomorrow I won't be around all day. Because I got a lot to do. But tomorrow night after 10 Eastern. So for you, that would be Glacial. That would be what, 6 your time? Grandizer, I forget. But I'll be on at 10 Eastern, a little after. By the time I end the stream, it's like 10:15ish, my time. But like I said, I got to go to bed because I have a lot of work tomorrow. So, Grandizer, have a great night. I don't know anybody else who may be there. I see Glacial. Anybody who's watching on TikTok, if anybody's still there. I mean, it is almost 2 a.m. It's after, what do you mean? It's after 2 a.m. Oh my gosh. So, blessings to you, your families. Be well, be blessed, be safe. And Glacial, I'll check out your stuff when I'm ready to fall asleep. And look at the stuff on your TikTok. And thank you, Grandizer. I know I'm gonna sleep well because I'm exhausted. And like I said, have a great night to both of you because I see the both of you chatting. So I'll address to the two of you. All right, good night, you guys. Or good morning. See you guys tomorrow at some point, maybe.